Chapter 382 Xiao Rufeng and Tong Wenchang's match, starting to get everyone's attention. Xiao Rufeng and Tong Wenchang's match, starting to get everyone's attention. Naturally, there would not be anybody who noticed Yi Yuan's fury, which was constrained to the limits in a corner. The two people started refining. Tong Wenshou's strength refreshed everyone's understanding once again. His movements did not have any areas that were the slightest bit sluggish. He practically completed the medicinal pills refinement in one go. On the other hand, one could see from Xiao Rufeng's refinement that he was indeed not at his optimal condition. Even so, he still completed the refinement splendidly. When the two medicinal pills were delivered in front of Yang Xiu, everyone held their breaths once again. This match was the crucial battle that determined who won and who lost for the two Xiao and Tong families. The 7 great alchemy king elders evaluated for some time. It was still Yang Xiu who spoke, saying, "What Xiao Rufeng refined is middle grade. What Tong Wenshou refined is high grade. This match, the Tong family wins." Xiao Rufeng's head exploded with a buzz. Lost just like this? Xiao family. Pooh work. Xiao Rufeng's emotions were too agitated, which finally brought out his old injuries, spewing out a mouthful of blood. "Big brother! Rufeng!" Xiao Chongfeng and Xiao Rian hurriedly supported Xiao Rufeng, only to see his complexion ashen white, looking extremely frail. "Father! Rian, sorry. It's all my fault." The self-reproach in Xiao Rufeng's heart could only be imagined. "Don't speak anymore. I'll send people to bring you back to rest properly," Xiao Chongfeng said. "Brother, don't talk anymore. You've already done your best." Xiao Rian's tears streamed down. But Xiao Rufeng shook his head obstinately and said, "No. I'm not going back. I want to see the conclusion." But, Xiao Rian and her brother's feelings were evidently very deep. Seeing Xiao Rufeng like this, her heart ached immensely. Right at this moment, a palm reached out in front of her. A medicinal pill was held in the center of the palm. Xiao Rian turned around to take a look. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? "Let him eat it," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xiao Rian lowered her head to take a look, and could not help being greatly shocked, saying, High-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Where did you get it from, Ji Qing? Don't Xiao family guest retainers have this authority? I went to ask for some medicinal herbs, and took some time out these 2 days to refine it. Quickly let him eat it. If this continues he'll die, Yi Yuan said coolly. Oh, okay. Xiao Rian hurried fed the medicinal pill to Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Chongfeng was also very astonished. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill was a pill formula held only by his Xiao family. Moreover, it was not a complete version. How did Yi Yuan know? Furthermore, this boy could actually refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. When the Xiao family recruited Yi Yuan, what Yi Yuan refined was the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill, while the refining difficulty of the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was way greater compared to the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill. With Xiao Rian's strength, she only barely refined a low grade. But Yi Yuan could refine a high grade? Perhaps. The Xiao family had not reached the end of their ropes yet. After Xiao Chongfeng settled his son down, he came in front of Yi Yuan and said softly, "Little brother Ji." But Yi Yuan interrupted his words and said, "No need to promise me anything. This battle, I'll beat Tong Wenchang until he doesn't have the confidence to refine pills anymore in the future." Yi Yuan's words were very calm and did not sound like any heroic words. However, Xiao Chongfeng felt a chill arise. He sensed that Yi Yuan was not joking. Except that Yi Yuan, he was only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Could he beat the quasi-alchemy king Tong Wenchang until he had no confidence to refine pills in the future? This sounded rather comical no matter how one listened to it. But regardless of what, Xiao Chongfeng saw the final trace of hope. This was much better than despair. To be able to refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill, maybe this Ji Qing could really contend with Tong Wenchang? Over on the Xiao family's side, it was deathly quiet. Everyone was like a defeated rooster. Towards Yi Yuan, they completely did not have any confidence at all. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster versus a quasi-alchemy king. Are you kidding? While at the Tong family's side, there was jubilation all around. Both sides formed a powerful contrasting difference. Ah! Well done, Wenshou. Tong Wenchang hugged Tong Wenshou and said happily. Haha, just lucky. Fortunately, Xiao Rufeng is not at his optimal condition right now because he failed his A.S. Salt on the Sea transformation realm. Tong Wenshou was very low profile. Oh, Wenshou, you don't need to belittle yourself. I'm all too clear about Xiao Rufeng's level. Even if he's at his peak condition, he might not be able to beat you. Even if he's stronger than you, he's also not much stronger. Tong Wenshou nodded and said, and next, it will be up to you, Wenchang. Tong Wenchang was delighted when he heard that. He said, heh, I already can't wait to get up on stage. I've been annoyed at that punk long ago. This time, I'm going to let him know how medicinal pills are refined. Tong Wenshou smiled and said, I heard that punk is just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. With your strength, you can completely crush him. But Wenchang, you still have to be careful. The Xiao family are not fools. Since they sent him out, he definitely has aspects Serpa, as sing others. But Tong Wenchang replied unconcernedly, what aspects Serpa, as sing others can there be? I've long inquired clearly. This punk can only refine the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill. He can at most leap ranks to refine medicinal pills. It's no big deal. If our realms were similar, I would really need to be a little careful. But he's just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. He's too weak. Tong Wenshou smiled and did not refute. He knew that what Tong Wenchang said was right. He was also well aware of the degree of Tong Wenchang's genius. It was impossible to lose to such a young middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Tong Wenshou's talent was not poor. It could even be said to be very impressive. But in the Tong family, he had always been steadily pressed down a notch by Tong Wenchang, who was even younger than him. The disparity between the two could be seen. If Tong Wenchang could not even take care of a brat like this, then that would really be a joke. At this time, Tong Fangshua came over as well and said to Tong Wenchang, Wenchang, take down that boy in on go, and let the Xiao family thoroughly scram out of the capital. We've prepared for so many years. Today, the day of harvest has finally arrived. Tong Wenchang smiled and said, Rest assured, father. I'll be right back. As he said, he kicked aside Du Qing, who was beside with one leg, and walked into the battle arena. And this scene similarly landed in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan was very calm right now. But the calmer he was, the more it showed just how great his rage was at this present moment. Tong Wenchang came before Yi Yuan and said with a wide grin, Punk, when we were outside, you probably never even dreamt that your opponent would be me, right? Haha, don't be afraid. I won't leave any face for you. But Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said, Hope that you can still laugh in a while. I can't laugh? Ah, what a hilarious joke. If you're just amusing me, congratulations to you, you've done it. But I want to see if it's you who can't laugh in a while, or me who can't laugh. Tong Wenchang said with a proud look. Chapter 383. When Yang Xiu saw Yi Yuan, his expression was rather unnatural. When Yang Xiu saw Yi Yuan, his expression was rather unnatural. His authority was questioned by an unknown boy. Furthermore, he even questioned it successfully. No matter how one spun it, it was very humiliating. He reckoned that this matter would spread throughout the capital by tomorrow. But this was a matter that Sovereign Star Abyss personally took an interest in. He could not fly off the handle either. Yang Xiu thought to himself, Don't let me catch your handle in a while. Otherwise, I'll make you die very horribly. Restraining his state of mind, Yang Xiu said, "The third match, Shao family's Ji Qing versus Tong family's Tong Wenchang. Begin." The first match, Constant I tooting medicinal pills. Bring up the spirit medicines. The quasi-alchemy king's voice sounded out once again. When his voice fell, Tong Wenchao was like on stimulants, oddly excited. While Yi Yuan, who was opposite him, closed his eyes to recuperate as if everything happening here had nothing to do with him. TCH. Deliberately mystifying things. Tong Wenchang said disdainfully. Soon enough, 100 types of spirit medicines were brought to the stage and packed to the brim. Tong Wenchang started immediately, entering information into the jade slip at high speed. While at this time, Yi Yuan still did not move yet. Tong Wenchang gave a cold laugh, and his speed of entering the stage did not stop. Identifying these spirit medicines was nothing hard to him. The real difficulty was Constant I tooting the medicinal pills. Tong Wenchang's speed was exceedingly quick. It was faster than everyone prior to him. One could tell that Tong Wenchang's basic skills were terrifyingly solid. Even the Shao family's #1 genius known as Shao Rufeng was far from him. And why hasn't Ji Qing started yet? Could it be that he has already given up? I already said, he definitely just happened to know that obscure knowledge, that's how he guessed it correctly. A teenage baby, how deep can his attainments in the alchemy path be? Sigh. This Ji Qing's performance prior to this was so eye-catching. Originally, I still wanted to see if there are any surprises. Looking at it now, I was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made many people feel very disappointed. In this sort of time where every second needed to be seized, Yi Yuan was actually resting his mind with closed eyes. What was he playing at? Posturing was not done like this. No matter how beautifully you postured, what was the use if you lose in an utter mess in the end? When Shao Changfeng saw this scene, he wished that he could jump up there and wind Yi Yuan up. What was he doing? What on earth is Ji Qing this punk thinking about? Why hasn't he moved yet? Shao Changfeng said anxiously. Father, Ji Qing doing so should have some deep meaning, Shao Rian said weakly. Actually, she did not dare to confirm either. But Yi Yuan, this punk, was indeed very mysterious. Maybe he really had his own plans. What deep meaning can there be? I don't freaking understand. Could it be he can use his nose to sniff out every type of spirit medicines? Or perhaps, he's already deducing the pill formula in his head? Shao Changfeng said rather exasperatedly. This. Shao Rian did not know how she should refute it as well. What father said was clearly not possible. And body could do something so heaven-defying. Although Shao Rian had long viewed Yi Yuan in a completely different light, she also did not think that Yi Yuan could do that. Haha. Punk, you just slowly posture there. I'll see how you give an account to the Shao family in a while. Tong Wenchang had a pleased look. He had already identified half of the spirit medicines. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. Quickly look, Ji Qing is about to begin. Only starting at this time, doesn't he feel that it's too slow? Tong Wenchang has already identified half of the spirit medicines. Yet, Yi Yuan did not start identifying the spirit medicines as they imagined. He directly picked up the jade slip and started entering the contents. This scene stunned everyone even more. What is he doing here? Started logging in once he opened his eyes? Haha. He's trying to defy the heavens here. He can't have already identified all of the spirit medicines, right? I finally understood it. This boy is purely here to be funny. The matter of questioning the 7 great elders earlier might be a blind cat catching a dead rat. You imped into it. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made everyone's GLA/SSES drop. Forget about a teenage youth, even those alchemy kings that have lived for several hundred years did not dare to answer questions like that either. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, I'm done. As he spoke, Yi Yuan handed the jade slip to that quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wenchang was stupefied by Yi Yuan's move and involuntarily stopped. No way, right? You're already done? Are you challenging the elder's bottom line? Forget it, forget it. I can't be bothered with you either. Tong Wenchang was thoroughly speechless. Outside the stage, there was an even greater commotion. Oh my God! Where did this boy come from? I've already been wholly defeated. Does he think he's a god? Swept a glance and all the answers are crystal clear in his heart? All manners of ridicule came over. But there was a sound isolating formation in the stage. Yi Yuan could not hear at all. After he handed over the jade slip, he went to one side by himself to rest. Bang! The cup in Xiao Chongfeng's hand was crushed into powder by him. Is this punk making fun of my Xiao family? To actually be so half-hearted like this. Previously, he even said to me to make Tong Wenchang not have the confidence to refine pills in the future. Utter bulls. Hi+T. Xiao Chongfeng gnashed his teeth angrily. Xiao Rian was speechless. Honestly speaking, she also felt that he was too slipshod in doing this. Could it be that the thing that happened previously was just her own misconception? After 4 hours, Tong Wenchang finally deduced all of the answers and handed it up. The quasi-alchemy king turned in the two people's jade slips together. Yang Xiu received the two people's jade slips and conveniently placed the model answer's jade slip and Tong Wenchang's jade slip into the spirit artifact. The light curtain appeared. The reason why he did so was that he already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was here to cause trouble. Answering all of the questions in a short 15 minutes? How was that possible? Previously, this brat actually guessed correctly. Heaven is really blind. Comparing it, Yang Xiu nodded secretly. This Tong Wenchang was still very reliable. Well deserving of being the first person among the juniors to advance to quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wenchang, 100 types of spirit medicines, all correct. There are a total of 73 kinds of compositions that the 7 of us inferred, and Tong Wenchang answered 56 kinds. Yang Xiu announced. Indeed worthy of being the number 1 person in the junior generation. He's actually this impressive. In my opinion, even if Xiao Rufeng really broke through to the sea transformation realm, he probably won't be Tong Wenchang's match either. Yeah. This first match is purely on the understanding of medicinal effects, and it has nothing to do with cultivation realm. Tong Wenchang's performance is way better than Xiao Rufeng's. Don't forget, there's still that funny boy. Ha ha ha. Yang Xiu gave Yi Yuan a ruminating look and placed his jade slip into the spirit artifact, saying, Next, we'll look at Ji Qing's answers. Answering in just 15 minutes, he should have a well-thought-out plan, right? These words sounded sarcastic upon hearing it. Finally, it was time for him to give vent to his anger. The light display was densely covered in words. What was written was even more than the model answers. With the mentality of poking fun, Yang Xiu swept a look at the light curtain. But the expression on his face now was exceedingly fascinating. Chapter 384, Ha ha. You guys, look at that Ji Qing's answer. It seems to be much longer than the judge's answer. Ha ha ha. You guys, look at that Ji Qing's answer. It seems to be much longer than the judge's answer. He's amazing what? He can even point out the error in the 7 great elders' answer, so his level is naturally higher than the 7 great elders added together. His answer is naturally longer too. You're so bad. But this boy really did it over the top trying to please the public with hogwash, for fear that others don't know that he's a moron. Seeing the densely filled answers on the light curtain, everyone was ridiculing Yi Yuan. A contestant's answer was way more than the model answer. Was this being funny? Did he really think that he was an alchemy sovereign that could overpower 7 great alchemy king experts? They did not notice that Sovereign Star Abyss's eyes, which had been closed all along, opened slightly. His eyes emitting 2 rays of light as he looked at the light curtain. What wrong, Elder Yang? Not announcing the results yet? Said an alchemy king. Seeing Yang Xiu in a daze, the alchemy king could not help but to urge him. He was completely disinclined to even look at the contents on the light curtain. Sheer nonsense also had to have a limit. Yang Xiu took in a deep breath and said slowly to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, wait a moment. Allow us to discuss it." Finished talking, Yang Xiu said to the other 6 judges in a low voice, "The few of you, take a close look at Ji Qing's answers." The 6 alchemy kings were stupefied when they heard this. Their gaze involuntarily turned to look at the light curtain. A single look, and they were all horrifyingly shocked. Yi Yuan's answers were actually exactly the same as the answers that they deduced together. No, it could not be said to be exactly the same, because Yi Yuan's answers were even more than their answers. What is going on here? If one says that he is lucky, isn't this too lucky? Then what's with the extra answers? The 73 kinds of answers that we've listed, Ji Qing's answer have it all up there. The remainder is all answers that we didn't list. How to calculate this? The 7 people gathered together and started to discuss urgently. And this scene made everyone feel bewildered. What in the world is happening? Why aren't they announcing the results yet? Seems like something is not quite right. Can it be that this Ji Qing's answer really has quite a few correct? He didn't blindly toss out so many answers, and he was lucky to guess correctly in the end, right? Wrong. I checked carefully just now. The medicinal pill combinations that the correct answers have, Ji Qing's answer has all of them. That's also to say that he answered all the questions correctly. But what's with the extra answers? What? All of them? How is this possible? A tossed stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone checked the answers on the light curtain in succession. They discovered to their astonishment that the 73 kinds of answers the elders listed, Yi Yuan really answered all of them. Tong Wenchang was naturally checking them too. Along with the affirmation of each answer, his expression became exceedingly ugly. What did this count as? Ji Qing shut his eyes for a long time and wrote the answers right after opening his eyes. The result was that all of the answers were correct, and there were even so many more answers. Tong Wenchang suddenly had a very absurd thought. It was not to such an extent where these additional answers were also correct answers, right? Could it be that this boy was clairvoyant and could know the past, present, and future? This was too nonsensical. At this time, Yang Xiu and others still had yet to figure out the result. To say that Ji Qing lost, he had indeed answered all of the questions. To say that Ji Qing won, his answers were several dozen more than the correct answers. What the hell? I was up with these extra answers. Helpless, Yang Xiu could only stand up and salute Sovereign Star Abyss, saying, "Lord Star Abyss, have a look at the result of this match. How should this be handled?" Star Abyss closed his eyes again at this time. He just lightly uttered 3 words, "Ji Qing wins." The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Tong Wenchang's entire body quivered, his eyes turning red instantaneously. Forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart, Tong Wenchang gave Star Abyss a bow and asked, "Lord Star Abyss," Wenchang boldly asks, "Ji Qing he answered so many nonsensical answers, so why can he still win? Could it be just because he answered all of the model answers?" Tong Fengshuo was greatly startled and hurriedly yelled out, "Wenchang, shut your mouth for me. How can you dare to be rude to Lord Star Abyss?" Who knew that Star Abyss waved his hands slightly to stop him and said coolly, "Model answer? Whence does the model answer come from? If one had to say that there is a model answer, then Ji Qing's answer is the model answer." Buzz. When Star Abyss's words came out, there was a huge uproar. Ji Qing's answer was the model answer? How was this possible? Ji Qing's answer was several dozen more than the 7 great alchemy kings' answer. His answer was the model answer. Didn't that mean that his individual strength was even stronger than the 7 great alchemy kings added up together? This kind of result when heard was simply a fantasy tale. If these words came out from another person's mouth, they would definitely treat it as bulls. Hi+T. But these words were uttered out from Sovereign Star Abyss's mouth. Who was Sovereign Star Abyss? He was the absolute authority in the Central Capital's alchemy world. The words that he said, who dared to question them? This Ji Qing is simply too heaven-defying. To actually list down so many medicinal pill combinations. Could it be that he already knew beforehand which spirit medicines could appear today? Otherwise, how can he possibly infer so many answers within such a short period of time? Yeah. This boy is too heaven-defying. When he wrote the answers from start to end without pause like he knew the answers long ago. Can it be that he really knew the answers in advance? Knew my *SS. Didn't you see that the answers he has written are several dozen more than the model answers? I counted just now. Ji Qing wrote a total of 120 answers, more than twice of the answers that Tong Wenchang wrote. This is really brutal enough. Tong Wenchang looked around vacantly, battered out of his senses. His eyes could not quite find a focal point. The densely filled answers on Ji Qing's light curtain were actually all correct answers. Could it be that this brat's basic skills were even that much stronger than the 7 great alchemy kings added up together? Comparing him with Yi Yuan was simply like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. At this time, Yi Yuan, who had been sitting quietly the entire time uninterestedly, suddenly got up and came beside Tong Wenchang. He said with a smile on his face, "This is only the beginning. It will be even more interesting at the back. You can continue to laugh. If you don't laugh, it's pointless." Finished talking, Yi Yuan returned to his area and said to that quasi-alchemy king, "You can start the second round already." The quasi-alchemy king was stunned. Oh. As he said, his gaze turned to look at Yang Xiu, waiting for his command. Yang Xiu nodded and said, "The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills. Begin." Overwhelming rage. Tong Wenchang pointed at Yi Yuan and snarled, "Punk, don't think that you'll win for certain like this. We still don't know who will emerge victorious." Chapter 385. 3 medicinal pills were presented before Yi Yuan and Tong Wenchang respectively. 3 medicinal pills were presented before Yi Yuan and Tong Wenchang respectively. That quasi-alchemy king was just about to announce the commencement when he was interrupted by Tong Wenchang. "Wait a minute." The quasi-alchemy king frowned and asked, "What is it?" Tong Wenchang clasped his hands at Yang Xiu and said, "Elder Yang, I request to deconstruct 10 medicinal pills. Furthermore, include 3 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills among them." When Yang Xiu heard that, his eyes narrowed. Clearly, he was weighing Tong Wenchang's suggestion. Undoubtedly, this request of Tong Wenchang greatly increased the difficulty of deconstructing the medicinal pills. To alchemy grandmasters, they were the most familiar with Tier 3 medicinal pills. Before breaking through to quasi-alchemy king, them researching Tier 4 medicinal pills was simply meaningless. It was completely an action reaching for something beyond their grasp. And Tong Wenchang himself actually just broke through to quasi-alchemy king not long ago too. His proficiency level in quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills was not high. This request undoubtedly increased the difficulty for both sides. After musing for a moment, Yang Xiu slowly said, "I don't have any objections. But this request of yours still has to get the Shao family's approval. After all, this is the compet. 1. Tie-in between your 2 families." "I disagree. The tradition of the Grand Pill A.S. Semli has always been competing 3 Tier 3 medicinal pills. What qualifications does a junior like Tong Wenchang have to alter the rules?" Xiao Changfeng immediately rejected. Tong Wenchang sneered and said, "Humph! The Shao family are all a bunch of cowards. Don't even dare to fight a fair and above-board compet. 1. tie-in and only know how to use some small tricks. Since this punk can write out so many correct answers, I reckon that deconstructing 10 medicinal pills can't stump him either, right? Why don't you ask his opinion? Finished talking, Tong Wenchang looked at Yi Yuan with a ridiculing face and said, "Boy, you're not the same as the Shao family members. All cowards, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Tong Wenchang with a smile that was not a smile and answered with a question, "Do you really want to compete?" Not knowing why, when he saw Yi Yuan's smile, Tong Wenchang suddenly had a bad feeling. But his words were already said. He naturally had no reason to withdraw them and smack his own face. Moreover, even if this punk was more powerful, it was also not possible to deconstruct quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, right? Of course. Words that I, Tong Wenchang, said. How can there be the logic of taking them back? You just say whether you dare or not. Since that's the case, then let's play a little bigger. Change the 10 medicinal pills all to quasi-tier 4, how about that? Yi Yuan was still very indifferent. The words said were light as a feather, like quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills were the same as candy to him. Tong Wenchang's face darkened, looking at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. This punk isn't deliberately forcing me, right? 10 quasi-tier 4 pills. Yi Yuan's words threw everyone into an uproar. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster actually wanted to deconstruct quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Furthermore, it was 10 pills. Although Yi Yuan's performance previously was very monstrous, everyone just thought that he was already familiar with Tier 3 medicinal pills to a heaven-defying degree. It could not go so far as to even quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only 16 years old. Without repeated tempering, how could one possibly be familiar with medicinal pills to such a degree? Tong Wenchang gritted his teeth and said viciously, 10 pills then? How can I, an exalted quasi-alchemy king, be afraid of you, a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster? Yang Xiu also showed a slightly excited look. He wanted to see just where Ji Qing this brat's limits lied. Fine. Since both of you parties agree, then compete in deconstructing quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Yang Xiu said. When the 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills were placed in front of Tong Wenchang, his expression became very ugly. In deconstructing medicinal pills, the core materials were relatively easier to deconstruct. But the supplementary materials were not so easy to deconstruct. He could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan, and he could not help being stunned once more. Yi Yuan closed his eyes to rest again. Tong Wenchang was virtually about to break down. Where did this punk's confidence come from? These were quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Could it be that he could also instantly answer these quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills? This punk is definitely kicking up a cloud of dust to mess with my mind. Don't look at him anymore. I just have to do my part well, and that will do. Tong Wenchang forcefully dragged his gaze back. But when he had just started to deconstruct the first medicinal pill, before even determining a single type of the main ingredient, Yi Yuan's nightmare-like voice sounded out. I'm done again, Yi Yuan said coolly. This time, the time that he used was even shorter than the previous time. Tong Wenchang opened and closed his mouth, feeling like his throat was somewhat dry. When he watched Yi Yuan hand the jade slip to the quasi-alchemy king, Tong Wenchang was practically about to crumble. But he had to control his impatience to finish deconstructing the 10 medicinal pills. What if Ji Qing is deliberately messing me up? Yes, it's definitely like this. Tong Wenchang secretly encouraged himself and forcefully dragged back his perturbed state of mind. Outside, everyone was exchanging glances. They already did not know what kind of words to use to describe their astoundment. These medicinal pills were quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, and they were all medicinal pills owned solely by the Alchemist A.S. Association. Not one of them was a Ma.S. produced stuff in the outside world. Yi Yuan did not even look at them and deconstructed all of the medicinal pills? Hey, Do you think that Ji Qing's answer will be all correct again? This, maybe? Deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so quickly, forget about quasi-alchemy kings. Even alchemy kings most likely can't do it as well. Unless they know the pill formula beforehand. But these 10 medicinal pills are all the Alchemist A.S. Association's exclusive pill formulas. This grand pill A.S. assembly today is truly too surprising. Another long wait. Tong Wenchang finally finished deconstructing all of the medicinal pills, but at present, he was already covered in sweat. Putting aside the mental pressure, deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills in such a short time was also an enormous challenge to him. When the quasi-alchemy king presented the two persons' jade slips before Yang Xiu practically S.N. ATC hid from him the two jade slip. But this time, Yang Xiu did not look at Tong Wenchang's jade slip. He plunged his divine sense into Yi Yuan's jade slip at the first moment. After several breaths, amazement was written all over Yang Xiu's face. Elder Yang, can it be that Ji Qing's answer? Yang Xiu smiled bitterly and said, "You guys take a look yourselves." As he said, Yang Xiu said Yi Yuan's jade slip to that alchemy king elder. After the alchemy king elder finished looking at it, he murmured to himself, how is this possible? After the 7 elders finished looking at it, the expression on their faces was practically identical. Everyone knew that Tong Wenchang's jade slip completely did not need to be looked at anymore. But out of a responsible attitude, after being shocked for a long time, the 7 elders still endured looking over Tong Wenchang's jade slip. However, their expressions when they were looking at Tong Wenchang's jade slip was with complete nonchalance. Evidently, after finish reading Yi Yuan's jade slip, they already found it tasteless. The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills, Ji Qing fully deconstructed the components of all 10 medicinal pills, and he answered all the questions correctly. This match, Xiao family's Ji Qing, victorious. Yang Xiu finally announced the result. Chapter 386 Buzz. The word victorious was like a sledgehammer that smashed onto Tong Wenchang's chest, making him feel stifled. All correct. How was this possible? Could it be that Yi Yuan knew the complete pill formula for these 10 medicinal pills? If not for this case, how could he possibly deconstruct all of the components? Tong Wenchang's mind was in a disorderly mess. Yi Yuan won 2 matches in a row like he performed extraordinarily well today. This was too great of a blow to him. He was the Tong family's #1 genius, a legendary figure among the junior generation. Not that he could not take losses, but this manner of defeat really made him unable to accept it. The answers that he went through innumerable difficulties and racked his brains for did not even come close to him. Furthermore, from start to end, Yi Yuan did not even look at the questions and just directly submitted the answers. This way of winning was too abnormal and also too heavy of a blow. Right at this moment, it was only to hear Yang Xiu said slowly, "I know that everybody might have doubts about this result. So I'll order someone to seal up all the medicinal pills present and these 2 jade slip. If anyone has objections, they can go to the Wind Emperor to request to open the seal or pay a sufficient price to the Alchemist A.S. Association." These 10 medicinal pills were all exclusively owned by the Alchemist A.S. Association. In order to not let the pill formula leak out, one naturally had to pay an adequate price to be able to view it. If it were a normal circumstance, this price naturally would not be too great. But the problem was that Yi Yuan deconstructed all the components of the medicinal pills without missing a single one. This way, the possibility of the pill formulas leaking out would increase dramatically. Hence, if the Tong family wished to view Yi Yuan's jade slip, the price they had to pay would surely be hard to imagine. Up to this point, this crucial yet unsuspenseful compet. 1. Tian actually had a drama-like change. Yi Yuan secured 2 matches like a wild wind sweeping away fallen leaves, beating the Tong family's #1 genius, a low-rank quasi-alchemy king Tong Wenchang, until he could not even raise his head. Previously, everyone thought that the Shao family would become a bygone after today. But Yi Yuan's sudden emergence forcefully dragged the Shao family back. Now, the Shao family already firmly suppressed the Tong family by a head. As long as Yi Yuan did not lose too horribly in the final match, the Shao family could take back 70% of the medicinal pill market's management rights anew. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan's back view and actually felt a chill run down his back. Yes. An alchemy king expert shuddered at an alchemy grandmaster. He finally understood now what that sentence Yi Yuan said prior to this meant. To beat Tong Wenchang until he had no confidence to refine pills. This statement sounded very laughable, but looking at it now, Tong Wenchang might really get a psychological obstacle in alchemy. This kind of simple, yet crude winning method was enough to utterly crush the opponent's confidence. If Tong Wenchang were unable to walk out from the shadow of today's defeat, then his accomplishments in this lifetime would probably end here. But when a person's confidence was completely crushed, how could it be easy to find it again? Such a method that destroyed one's opponent was even crueler than killing him directly. How in the world did Tong Wenchang offend Ji Qing that the latter would actually use such a cruel manner to crush his confidence? Xiao Changfeng dared to confirm that Yi Yuan completely did not have this intention before coming. Deciding to do so should be a sudden thought. Xiao Changfeng remained puzzled after pondering over it. Just what kind of a freak did my girl find? Xiao Changfeng unwittingly laughed wryly in his heart. Xiao Changfeng was originally the most worried person among everyone about the final match. But now, he had inexplicable confidence in Yi Yuan. He felt that Yi Yuan could definitely defeat Tong Wenchang in refining pills. Because to want to thoroughly crush Tong Wenchang's confidence, this third match was the most crucial one. The third match, the medicinal pill that the two of you will be refining, is the Tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, Explosive Rising Dragon Pill, Yang Xiu said. When his voice fell, the surroundings burst into an uproar all at once. Oh my god! It's actually the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. This is seriously crazy. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill is known as an emperor-like existence among Tier 3 medicinal pills. It was not because of its medicinal effect but because of its refining difficulty. Yeah. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill's requirement towards soul force is exceedingly high. Up until now, I've never heard of any alchemy grandmasters that refined the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill before. Tong Wenchang was utterly defeated in 2 matches. This match, he finally saw a bit of hope. In the case of the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill, the advantage that he has is too great. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill's pill formula was not really precious. Many major factions had it, but its refining difficulty was seriously too high. Those who could refine the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill were all quasi-alchemy king strength and above. Even low-rank quasi-alchemy kings would also find it very taxing to refine this medicinal pill. As for an alchemy grandmaster, this medicinal pill was impossible to refine. Ha ha ha! When Tong Wenchang heard the contents of the final match, he started laughing madly. Ji Qing, even the heaven is helping me. I want to see just how you'll refine this medicinal pill that is unsolvable to alchemy grandmasters. Yi Yuan did not pay attention to him. He still sat there with his eyes closed to rest his mind, with an appearance like this matter did not concern him. Tong Wenchang finally managed to find a bit of superiority sense and wanted to deal a good blow to Yi Yuan. But his fist landed on cotton, making him very depressed. Tong Fangshua could not help frowning when he saw the situation and finally could not sit still anymore. Wenchang, come over here, Tong Fangshua said solemnly. Tong Wenchang was startled and came before Tong Fangshua. Father! Wenchang, this boy is very abnormal, and his strength is formidable. You mustn't lower your guard. This third match concerns our Tong family's next 10 years' fortunes. The load on your shoulders is very heavy, Tong Fengshua said. Tong Wenchang broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, Wenchang knows. Father, please put your heart at ease. Tong Fengshua sighed lightly and said, How do you want me to feel at ease when you're like this? Didn't you notice that you've been completely brought into his rhythm by that kid? Tong Wenchang's hairs stood on its ends from fear, and he broke into a cold sweat. But, that punk. I know. That's why I didn't say anything when you lost the first 2 matches. This kid's knowledge in the alchemy path is extremely solid. He probably grew up in a medicine garden from a young age. But no matter how amazing he is, he's also just a 16-years-old youth. Do you understand? Tong Fengshua said. Father's meaning is, solid fundamental skills is Ji Qing's greatest advantage, but also his greatest disadvantage. The alchemy path has never had a shortcut that can be taken. Without copious amount of severe training and practice, there's no way to have any sort of accomplishments. He's only 16. How formidable do you think he can be when he's truly refining pills? Tong Wenchang's eyes lit up and said in delight, Father's meaning is that this Ji Qing, his theoretical knowledge is extremely powerful, so it delayed actual practice instead? Tong Fengshua nodded slightly and said, That's right. If it was some other medicinal pill, then forget it. But this explosive rising dragon pill is immensely advantageous to you. You just have to refine the pill according to your own rhythm. Forget all about the first 2 matches' defeat. This match, you can definitely turn defeat into victory. Chapter 387. When he came back again, Tong Wenchang's emotion was much more stable. Looking at Yi Yuan, who was still closing his eyes and resting, he sneered coldly and returned back to his operating platform. The third match began. Tong Wenchang did not start right away but took a deep breath to calm his mind before he started to portion the medicine. The medicinal herbs were already prepared. The alchemist just needed to dispense it according to the pill formula, then refined it into a medicinal embryo, and that would do. This was naturally not something difficult for Tong Wenchang. Soon enough, Tong Wenchang finished dispensing the medicinal herbs, but then he took a look at Yi Yuan on some devilish impulse. With this glance, he involuntarily had an impulse to spew blood again. Yi Yuan, this fellow was actually closing his eyes to rest again. He had been bustling about for a long time, and Yi Yuan actually had not started work yet. My GODDP, you really have to posture like that? The first time was like this, the second time like this, and the third time was still like this. Ignore him. Ignore him. I just have to do things according to my own rhythm. He's only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. It's impossible to refine the explosive rising dragon pill. Tong Wenchang repeatedly exhorted himself. After reciting it silently for 10 times, Tong Wenchang's emotions finally stabilized somewhat. This time, he swore to never look at Yi Yuan again. Roughly an hour later, Tong Wenchang's refinement of the medicine embryo was already drawing to an end. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally moved. He came before the operating platform and directly crushed and mixed the spirit medicines together. Then he started refining the medicinal embryo straight away. There's such dispense. ENT of medicine? He doesn't even weigh it out? F***ck me. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. If this Ji Qing can refine out the explosive rising dragon pill like this, then us, these quasi-alchemy kings, really need to go jump into the river and kill ourselves. You should hold your words back a little. This Ji Qing has already consecutively created 2 miracles in a row. You're certain that he can't create another miracle? Hand-grabbing style of medicine portioning once again astonished everyone. But Yi Yuan already fully entered a state at this time, and was utterly unconcerned with everything in the outside world. Next was refining the medicinal embryo. It was only to see Yi Yuan's fingers moved like phantoms, completing the refinement of the medicinal embryo with extreme speed. Everyone was taken aback from shock. Yi Yuan actually completed refining the medicinal embryo at the same time as Tong Wenchang. What skill level was this? I've really increased my knowledge today. Turns out that prepping the medicine and refining the medicinal embryo can actually be done like this. Previously, I was still worried that Ji Qing's skill in actual practice would be lacking. Now, looks like this worry was totally undue. Yeah. If preparing the materials and refining the medicinal embryo are both fine, then Ji Qing is really too heaven-defying. Whether there's an issue or not, we'll know in a while. If the portioning ratio is wrong, even if Ji Qing is the reincarnation of a divine Buddha, it's also not possible to refine out a finished medicinal pill. And he's starting. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if any shocking actions would appear once again when Yi Yuan was refining the pill. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them. Triorigin's samsara art. Activate. The furnace fire rose sharply. Yi Yuan's figure vanished from the original spot. At the same time, Sovereign Star Abyss, who had his eyes shut all along, snapped open his eyes abruptly and stared fixedly in Yi Yuan's direction. What refining method is this? So formidable. Simply unheard of. How is this refining pills? This is simply performing movement technique. No, wait. I feel that Ji Qing's refining method is very extraordinary. Did you guys see clearly? In the process of Ji Qing revolving his skill, he's actually hitting out one seal after another constantly. Of course I saw that. But does firing out seals like this has any benefits in forming the pill? Don't know. But have you noticed? When he circles one round around the medicinal cauldron, he only fires out seals at 3 fixed points. It really is true. Yi Yuan already had a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster soul force at this time. Executing the Triorigin's samsara art again was way easier compared to at the spirit condensation realm. His current movement technique was faster compared to before. The seals were already grasped more soundly and accurately. Gradually, a peculiar atmosphere undulated out in the hall. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's figure became increasingly slower and progressively clearer, just like the scene was playing in slow motion. Of course, even if it was in slow motion, Yi Yuan's figure was still very swift. Because his movements were too quick. Everyone felt like it was pleasing to the eyes and mind. Yi Yuan's refining process was as if a form of art in their perspective. They were wrapped in the ecstasy of it. It was like they were drunk or dreaming. Under such a condition, time flew by swiftly. An hour went by in a flash. Then Yi Yuan cried out lightly, "Condense!" At this instant, the medicinal cauldron was actually enveloped by a multicolored light. It was persisting for a long time without dissipating. The entire place was deathly quiet, as if time had stopped. Only Tong Wenchang's actions with sweat pouring down his face made people feel like time was still flowing. Except that compared to Yi Yuan's refinement process, Tong Wenchang's refinement was just like a clown act. It was without any aesthetic sense to speak of. For a good long while, no idea who said the word legendary, which shattered this death-like silence. Legendary realm. This is the legendary realm. My G.O.D., I didn't think that I could actually see the legendary realm in my remaining years. Too marvelous. Refining pills, this sort of dry and dull thing, was actually given such a wonderful sense of beauty by Ji Qing. Truly too unbelievable. After the silence, sounds of exclamations sounded out all around. The few Alchemy King elders at the top seats all exchanged glances. They saw from the other party's eyes amazement and envy. Yes, as an alchemist, this was the realm that they chased after all their life. They never would have expected that such a realm would actually appear on a 16-year-old youth. I'm done, Yi Yuan nonchalantly said a sentence. He then returned back to his seat to close his eyes and rest. While on the other side, Tong Wenchang was still risking his life to refine the pill. He had also entered his own state and was completely oblivious to Yi Yuan's performance. He naturally did not know either that everyone was all using sympathetic eyes to look at him. After another hour, Tong Wenchang completed the pill refinement. Ha ha! My explosive rising dragon pill is at the very least middle grade. Maybe even possibly high grade. Ji Qing, you'll lose this match for sure. Tong Wenchang clearly had yet to detect his own situation, laughing wildly after forming the pill. But he soon discovered that the atmosphere was not quite right. And? What's going on? Why are you all looking at me with those eyes? What I refined is a middle grade, maybe even high-grade explosive rising dragon pill. Even among low-rank quasi-alchemy kings, only a few can refine it, right? Tong Wenchang was rather baffled. Present Ji Qing's and Tong Wenchang's medicinal pills. I think this match doesn't have any suspense anymore. No, wait, I should say that the suspense is even greater. I think that everyone would want to know just what grade of explosive rising dragon pill Ji Qing refined, right? Yang Xiu said with some slight agitation. Chapter 388. The medicinal pill fragrance had already permeated the entire hall. Everyone knew that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined would certainly be extraordinary. The medicinal pill fragrance had already permeated the entire hall. Everyone knew that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined would certainly be extraordinary. As for Tong Wenchang's despotic words, everyone overlooked it directly. At this time, there was already no one at all who paid attention to him. Elder Yang, quickly unveil the mystery. I can't wait anymore. Yeah. This explosive rising dragon pill, even if an alchemy king expert came to refine it, they might not be able to guarantee high grade every time, let alone superior grade. I have a feeling that this explosive rising dragon pill is probably not limited to the level of superior grade. My God, a transcendent grade explosive rising dragon pill. I simply dare not believe my eyes. Tong Wenchang looked perplexed. But when he heard everyone's words, he finally understood a little. At the very least, he knew that he was already utterly disregarded by people. Ji Qing, what on earth did he do? Yang Xiu looked at Yi Yuan's medicinal pill from left to right. The more he looked, the more he could not bear to part with it. Finally, Yang Xiu heaved a sigh in admiration and said, "You all guessed correctly. Ji Qing's explosive rising dragon pill is beyond all doubt transcendent grade. This is simply like an immortal medicine to martial artists who cultivates fire attribute cultivation methods." Tong Wenchang's entire being was petrified there. Only two words repeatedly reverberated in his head. Transcendent grade. Transcendent grade. A transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, this. I heard it wrongly. I must have heard it wrongly. A high-rank alchemy grandmaster refining a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill? Isn't this insulting my intelligence? Tong Wenchang repeatedly suggested to himself. Still an body paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were glued at the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined. Really transcendent grade. Really transcendent grade. How many years has it been since a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill has appeared in our capital? Yeah. This is simply the pinnacle work of tier 3 medicinal pills. At least, among alchemy grandmasters, no, within quasi-alchemy king realm, it's impossible for anyone to refine such a medicinal pill. Legendary realm. Transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. I've simply witnessed a miracle today. Yi Yuan's masterpiece made everyone lose themselves in the wonder. Yang Xiu already could not wait to end this grand pill assembly. He wanted to have a good chat with this young man. The results don't need me to say it, right? This third match, the Xiao family. Wait. Yang Xiu's words were said halfway when it was rudely interrupted by Tong Wenchang. Yang Xiu's brows furrowed, his tone becoming cold as he said, "What do you have to say?" Tong Wenchang had a ferocious face as he said, "I feel that there's something fishy going on with this match. That boy is only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. How can he possibly refine a transcendent-grade, explosive rising dragon pill? And also, the previous two match, his answers were too strange." Rumble. Yang Xiu's soul sea realm aura erupted completely. An overwhelmingly powerful aura crushed Tong Wenchang until he felt asphyxiated. Clearly, Yang Xiu really became enraged this time. "Your meaning is that our alchemist association would collude with the Xiao family to engage in fraud in this grand pill assembly?" Yang Xiu said leisurely, but anyone could sense his fury. Everyone was horrifyingly shocked. These words from Tong Wenchang could be considered to have poked the hornet's nest. Although the capital's Alchemist Association headquarters was under the rule of the Wind Emperor, it did not mean that the Wind Emperor could freely issue orders to the Alchemist Association. In reality, the Alchemist Association could entirely not listen to the Wind Emperor's commands. It was just that because in the fierce Gale world, the Wind Emperor was an extremely special existence. He was this small world's one-of-a-kind powerhouse. In order to express their respect, that was why the Alchemist Association was brought under the Wind Emperor's rule. While the Alchemist Association organized all past sessions of the Grand Pill Assembly, this was not an order issued by the Wind Emperor, but the Wind Emperor inviting this neutral organization. In the lower realms, unless they were brain-damaged, otherwise, an body dared to provoke an organization like the Alchemist Association. If not for this case, with the Wind Emperor's might, he could completely swallow up the Alchemist Association. However, did he dare? Tong Fangshua was greatly frightened by Tong Wenchang's words. He came forward to salute Yang Xiu and said, "Please don't blame him, Elder Yang. Wenchang, he is momentarily confused. That's why he would say such offending words. The Alchemist Association has hosted so many sessions of the Grand Pill Assembly and has always been impartial. How can we dare to question? Wenchang, why haven't you apologized to Elder Yang?" As he reached the end, Tong Fangshua already had a stern tone and countenance. Yet, Tong Wenchang had already completely lost himself. How could he listen? "Why do I have to apologize? Father, don't you feel that it's very fishy? That boy didn't even look and composed so many pill formulas. He even deconstructed all 10 of the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. If not because he knew the answers beforehand, with him just being a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster." Slap. Tong Wenchang had yet to finish talking when Tong Fangshua sent a large slap over, directly sending him flying. When he crawled up again, Tong Wenchang's entire face already swelled like a pig's head, blood was everywhere on his face, looking extremely wretched. "Unfilial son. If you say any more nonsense, see if I don't cripple you. Come men. Bring this unfilial son of mine back for me, and watch him strictly. Without my permission, body is allowed to let him out." Tong Fangshua was so furious that blue veins throbbed. The Wind Emperor dreading the Alchemist Association was only because he feared the force behind it. But to the alchemist world's Tong family, the Alchemist Association was absolutely an existence which could not be offended. Tong Wenchang was missing a screw right now, to actually dare to rebut Yang Xiu. That wouldn't be a problem of just losing a few percentages of shares of the medicinal pill market. While this move looked very ruthless, it protected Tong Wenchang very well. Bringing him back to lock him up, that was just the Tong family's internal affairs. If Yang Xiu really pursued this matter, whether Tong Wenchang's puny life could be preserved or not was still another matter altogether. How could an old fox like Yang Xiu, who lived for several hundred years, not understand Tong Fengshua's intentions? But in the capital, the Alchemist A.S. Association also had the Alchemist A.S. Association's difficulties. Tong Fengshua already did it to this step. He could not very well pursue this matter further. All right. Today's matter ends here. Now I'll announce the results. This Grand Pill A.S. Assembly, the Shao family wins with 2-1. If the Tong family is unwilling to submit to this result, you can very well go and complain to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, Yang Xiu said. Within these words already disclosed his thick displeasure. Although Yang Xiu was not a character whose words were as heavy as 9 tripods, he was also a figure who carried weight. His words still had plenty of weight. Tong Fengshua was having a headache. This was not Yang Xiu alone being unhappy. Tong Wenchang's words already offended everyone in the Alchemist A.S. Association. This kind of CHINK, who knew how much effort was needed to be able to mend it later. In truth, Tong Fengshua could not blame it on his son either. Anybody who encountered something like this would probably lose their sense of propriety as well. What he was worried about now was whether Tong Wenchang still had the confidence to stand before a medicinal cauldron again to refine pills after today. It took 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to raise a person. For Tong Wenchang to become hailed as the Tong family's #1 genius, all the expended resources up until now was only more and not less than Xiao Rufeng. But after today, Chapter 389 before today, Tong Wenchang was in high and vigorous spirits. His limelight covered everyone in the capital's junior generation, tramping the Xiao family's junior, Xiao Rufeng, beneath his foot. Before today, Tong Wenchang was in high and vigorous spirits. His limelight covered everyone in the capital's junior generation, tramping the Xiao family's junior, Xiao Rufeng, beneath his foot. But just as he was about to reach the summit, he was kicked down directly from the altar by Yi Yuan. There was no battle at the summit, not even evenly matched. Yi Yuan, this alchemist who was younger, and had even lower cultivation realm than him, had used absolute strength to crush Tong Wenchang. No glint and flash of cold steel, but such a wound was even harder to heal compared to knife and sword injuries. Tong Fengshua knew that after today, Tong Wenchang would probably fade away into the SSCS. But what he was worried about right now was not this. It was how the Tong family should receive the wrath of the Alchemist A.S. Association as well as the suppression after the Xiao family took their place. Once he thought of this, Tong Fengshua could not help feeling incredibly vexed. Right at this moment, Sovereign Star Abyss opened his mouth and said, "Ji Qing." The hall quietened down straight away. Everyone guessed what this peak figure in the capital's alchemy world was about to do next. Everyone's eyes when looking toward Yi Yuan was filled with envy and congratulating intent. Yes, and body was jealous. Yi Yuan already used his strength to conquer everyone. They knew that they did not have the qualifications to be jealous. Yi Yuan bowed slightly and said, "Lord Star Abyss." Star Abyss nodded his head slightly and said, "Are you willing to acknowledge this old man as your master? If it were somebody else, they would likely be so agitated that they would jump up." But to Yi Yuan, this was rather laughable. After musing for a brief moment, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Junior is willing." Star Abyss naturally had no qualifications to be his master. Yi Yuan obviously did not wish to acknowledge him as master either. But Yi Yuan's current situation was very special. Within this capital, one might say that he had enemies everywhere. Once someone discovered his identity, he would face certain death. In the capital, forget about divine traversing realm powerhouses, soul sea realm experts were simply as many as oxen fur. Any one of them randomly pops out, and he could die without a burial ground. Although he could use a divine soul mystic art to cover up his divine soul, his appearance could not be changed at all. If he was recognized by the Lan family tribe members, he would be dead for sure. Finding a backer such as Star Abyss, his safety would increase dramatically. Wanting to rescue people would also be way more convenient. Star Abyss nodded with a smile, clearly very pleased with this disciple. And at this time, Yi Yuan's weight in everyone's eyes naturally became different. People from factions all around hurriedly encircled around. Congratulations to little brother Ji for acknowledging a famed master. Your future prospects are limitless. Congratulations to little brother Ji Qing. I'm the boss of the Dehua Hall. In future, if little brother Ji has any needs, you just have to instruct. What my Dehua Hall can take out, I'll absolutely do it without demur. For a moment, Yi Yuan was totally swarmed. This process lasted roughly an hour before everyone gradually dispersed. At this time, the people in the hall were already pretty much all gone. Even the 7 great alchemy king elders and sovereign Star Abyss had already left. Only now did Xiao Chongfeng come forward and bowed deeply to Yi Yuan. I represent the Xiao family to give thanks to little brother Ji's great kindness. This grace is the same as giving my Xiao family a new lease on life. Originally, this Xiao was planning on giving little brother the position of Xiao family's guest retainer elder. Little brother could demand the Xiao family's resources limitlessly. But since little brother became Sovereign Star Abyss's brilliant pupil, I'm afraid you will turn your nose up in contempt at this tiny bit of reward. If little brother has any areas where you have use of this Xiao for, feel free to speak. This Xiao will not shrink from death to accomplish it. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, family head don't need to be courteous. I have no request for the Xiao family. If family head really wants to thank, help me thank Miss Ruyan then. If not for her, this Ji would probably have flicked my sleeves and left already. But these words sounded rather ambiguous. Xiao Ruyan, who was behind Xiao Chongfeng, flushed red. Xiao Chongfeng felt anguished in his heart. His actions previously indeed still infuriated this little ancestor. But he was also secretly rejoicing that this little ancestor seemed to have taken a fancy to his own daughter. Except that the Xiao family was going to hold the spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tie-in very soon. The Shui and Huang two families were already glaring like a tiger with covetous eyes. Now there was an additional Ji Qing. How should this be done? Xiao Chongfeng felt a headache. He fished out a token from his body and paused. Said it to Yi Yuan, saying, little brother Ji, this is my Xiao family's highest level token. If you have any needs, you just have to bring this token to any business under the Xiao family's name, and they will collaborate with you. Yi Yuan nodded and was not courteous this time. This was what he deserved. In truth, if not because he was afraid that this old fox would become suspicious, Yi Yuan even wanted to directly open his mouth to ask for that 2 slaves from him. But Yi Yuan also knew that his origin was unknown. Even if he kept things as vague as possible, it would also be hard to prevent Xiao Chongfeng becoming suspicious. How to approach those 2 people without leaving a trace would probably still have to be said about through Xiao Ruyan. That was why he deliberately mentioned Xiao Ruyan and not to show Xiao Chongfeng any attitude. Since that's the case, then this Ji thanks family head. Yi Yuan extended his hand to receive the token. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the token, Xiao Chongfeng also heaved a long sigh in relief. After today, Yi Yuan's status would be extraordinary. Sovereign Star Abyss's brilliant pupil and his own strength stood head and shoulders above all others too. Such a figure did not need long before he would be known to all in the capital. To be on friendly terms with him was absolutely beneficial to the Xiao family. Xiao Chongfeng chuckled and said, little brother is too polite. That. You youngsters have common topics. This old fellow won't mingle together. This Xiao takes my leave first. Ruyan, you and little brother Ji interact together more. If little brother Ji has any requests, you do your best to agree to it. Rufing's old injuries relapsed and still needs to return to have a good rest to recuperate. He'll be going back together with me. After Xiao Chongfeng left, Xiao Rian finally loosened up a little. She said with a slightly flushed face, Ji Qing, this time. It's really all thanks to you. But at this time, Ji Qing suddenly put on a teasing smile and said, I thought that you would say something like unable to repay the kindness and can only offer myself in marriage. That way, I can just conveniently accept it. At this, Xiao Rian's face blushed scarlet red, and she could not help saying disdainfully, You! Why are you always not serious? Haha, a fair maiden is a gentleman's good match. How is it not serious? I'm very serious right now. While he verbally said serious, his face was not serious at all. If it were before, Xiao Rian would definitely have stomped off already. But this was not her first day coming into contact with Yi Yuan anymore. She knew that he was joking. Although it was quite unbearably embarrassing, she also forcefully endured it and did not cover her face and run. But Yi Yuan did not expect that Xiao Rian's expression suddenly became downcast and she said, A fair maiden is a gentleman's good match? But I don't have command over myself. Yi Yuan asked curiously, now that the Xiao family's crisis is averted, this matter of martial compet. 1. Tie-in to find a spouse still has to continue? Xiao Rian shook her head dejectedly and said, Martial reigns supreme in the fierce Gale world. Apart from the alchemist A.S. Association being able to isolate and safeguard themselves, alchemy families are all Virginia Sal existences. If not, with the Xiao family and Tong family's financial power, we would have long ranked among first-rate families. In the capital, the truly powerful ones are still the first-rate families like the Huang family, Shui family, as well as the Shangguan family. Chapter 390 Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turned out that alchemy skills were not thought highly of at all in the fierce Gale world. Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turned out that alchemy skills were not thought highly of at all in the fierce Gale world. The fierce Gale world martial artists mostly relied on their own talent and hard work to cultivate. Their reliance on medicinal pills was not as great as the endless world. Of course, this was only comparatively speaking. Those large families, as well as the forces under the Wind Emperor's command, would naturally enjoy more resources. Their cultivation would naturally be faster too. But to them, medicinal pills were just adding flowers to embroidery and not delivering fuel in the snow. Actually, Yi Yuan could tell that while the fierce Gale world was deficient in resources, the environment itself was actually their most valuable resource. Fierce Gale world martial artists could be said to have a natural affinity with the concept of wind. Their cultivation along this path would also be quicker. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, there were no shortage of martial artists who comprehended true intent in the fierce Gale world. The moment Yi Yuan entered the city, he came into contact with the alchemy world influences. He still did not have a direct understanding of the other forces. Looking at it now, the two Xiao and Tong families actually had a good deal of things that they had no control over. Like that, huh? Since you aren't willing to marry, find a guy to beat those two fellows down and wouldn't it be settled? Yi Yuan said. Xiao Rian smiled bitterly and said, Where is the Xiao family going to find such a character? The Huang family's Huang Wenqiu and the Shui family's Shui Zaihe are the number 2 experts among the capital's junior generation. Their strength is on par with each other. Wanting to find someone stronger than them, and still have to meet the age requirement? Easier said than done. Oh? Number 2 experts? Then who's the number 1 expert? Yi Yuan asked curiously. The number 1 expert is similarly 2 people. They are the His Highness, the 7th Prince, and the Shangguan family's Shangguan Lingyun. When she spoke of these 2 people, Xiao Rian's face also revealed solemnness. Oh, so impressive, huh? Then that's a little hard to deal with. Why not I help you beat them off, and then you promise me one thing. How about that? Yi Yuan said with a grin. Xiao Rian's eyes lit up but immediately dimmed again. I know that you're incredibly powerful in the alchemy path. But in terms of martial strength, you can't possibly beat those two people. Furthermore, if you need me to do anything, Father also had said earlier, you just have to speak freely. Yi Yuan snickered and said, Really? Even wanting you is okay too? Xiao Ruyan was already completely numbed. She said, Of course you can. The prerequisite is that you can take me away. However, these words made Yi Yuan jump in fright. He gave a perfunctory laugh and said, Just making a joke. I don't want to be hunted down by the Huang and Shui, two great first-rate families. In truth, Yi Yuan really wanted to ask about the matter of the slaves, but he was unable to fully trust Xiao Ruyan, so he forcefully swallowed his words back down. The matter of endless worlds slaves was too sensitive. He just had to open his mouth, and it would draw people's suspicions. Xiao Ruyan was extremely intelligent. It was impossible to not have any notions at all. Even if he helped out the Xiao family tremendously this time, on the matter involving the war between the two worlds, which side Xiao Ruyan would ultimately choose to stand on was really hard to say. As for Xiao Chongfeng, Yi Yuan was even less hopeful of him. That old fox would definitely take him down immediately and deliver him in front of the Wind Emperor to claim credit. At this time, a youth walked into the hall slowly, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice Brother Ji, I'm Master's first disciple, S.H.I. plus Howren. Master asks you to go see him with me after you finished settling the stuff over here, said the youth to Yi Yuan. This S.H.I. plus Howren was shockingly an alchemy king expert. This person looked young, but his age was probably no longer that young. The aging of martial artists' appearance would gradually slow down following the continuous increase in strength. This S.H.I. plus Howren was at most 100 years old, but had already stepped into the Soul Sea realm and advanced to Alchemy King. In the lower realms, this was absolutely a prodigious talent. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that S.H.I. plus Howren's gaze was restrained and had quite the air of someone broad-minded. He was totally different from Tong Wenchang. It was such a contrast. Tong Wenchang's T.I. of quasi-alchemy king sounded scary, but actually his foundation was superficial. It was entirely in order to race against time that he forcefully broke through to the Soul Sea realm. To alchemists, the greatest taboo was this point. Unstable foundation. The further back, the harder to break through. In spite of Tong Wenchang breaking through to quasi-alchemy king very early, if he wanted to break through to alchemy king realm, without 100 or 200 years of ACCU mulation, it simply could not be attained. But this S.H.I. plus Howren's soul force was pure. It was clearly tempered out through severe training. Only by experiencing countless times of pill refinement could one refine their soul force to this sort of degree. This point others could not tell, but Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was why did Star Abyss send his first disciple over to fetch him? Even if it was taking in a new disciple, wasn't this too solemn? At Star Abyss's place, he was but a newcomer. Making his first disciple fetch him, how great of a face was that? I've seen Alchemy King S.H.I. plus. Xiao Ruyan gave a bow to S.H.I. plus Howren, and then she said to Yi Yuan, Ruyan dare not delay Lord Star Abyss's affairs and will take my leave here. Today's matter, Ruyan thanks Mr. Ji on behalf of the Xiao family. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Ruyan don't need to mind. Take care. Looking at Xiao Ruyan's supple back view, S.H.I. plus Howren smiled and said, Miss Ruyan and the Shangguan family's Shangguan Lingshu are named the capital's two beauties together. Till today, body can capture their hearts. To think that junior apprentice Brother Ji has only entered the Xiao family for a few days, and Miss Ruyan's heart is already secretly pledged. Indeed formidable. Yi Yuan was stunned. Originally, he thought that this S.H.I. plus Howren was someone who was serious in speech and manner. Who knew that he would crack this sort of joke at first sight? Haha, eldest senior apprentice brother is overthinking. Miss Ruyen just has feelings of gratitude towards me. How can a proud person like her take fancy upon an inexperienced greenhorn like me? Yi Yuan said self-mockingly. But S.H.I. plus Howren thought otherwise and said with a smile, I'm somebody who has been through this. I won't misjudge. What you said is right. Miss Ruyen is indeed a proud person. But that's because she hasn't encountered a man deserving of her to fall in love with. And today, Junior Apprentice Brother G's performance has already thoroughly subjugated her arrogance. Moreover, Junior Apprentice Brother G is already under Master's tutelage. How can you call yourself an inexperienced greenhorn? As long as Junior Apprentice Brother is willing, ask Master to come out and intercede for you. How can the Huang and Shui families dare to say a single word of objection? When Yi Yuan listened, he thought to himself, S.H.I. plus T. This S.H.I. plus Howren did not seem to be joking. Could it be that Xiao Ruyen really fell for him? But he and Xiao Ruyen are people from two different worlds and would surely become foes in the future. When the time came, how should they face each other? Cough, cough, thinking too much. Now was not the time to be thinking about this matter. Rescuing his fellow apprentices was the first order in this matter. Yi Yuan laughed perfunctorily and said, Eldest senior apprentice brother, don't make fun of this junior. Aren't I still young? I haven't considered this matter yet, so I won't trouble Master to grace his presence. S.H.I. plus Howren burst into laughter and said, Junior apprentice brother is really a strange person. In the capital, which man doesn't wish to hold these two beauties in their embrace? Yet, you have this strength and opportunity but make excuses to decline. Fine as well. As long as Miss Ruyen has yet to wed, you have plenty of chances. Even if the spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian determined her spouse, as long as she is still of a chaste body, you can still marry her over. This is where the confidence of those under sovereign star abyss lies. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered. This S.H.I. plus Howren was to his liking. Chapter 391 The Dojo of Sovereign Star Abyss, Qixia Mountain. The Dojo of Sovereign Star Abyss, Qixia Mountain. Yi Yuan and S.H.I. plus Howren were walking side by side. Master Star Abyss took in a total of 7 disciples. You're the 8th person. But you're the one with the greatest talent, S.H.I. plus Howren said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior's tone when saying this is like 2 different people from earlier, without that sort of aura that disdained all beneath the heaven. Along the way, Yi Yuan and S.H.I. plus Howren chatted until now and felt that this person quite matched his disposition. Different from the seriousness in speech and manner, and solemn and mature eldest senior apprentice brother in his impression, S.H.I. plus Howren was with some hint of being quick to settle grudges and favor. S.H.I. plus Howren laughed and said, Inferior means inferior. That has nothing to do with disdaining the world. Legendary realm, forget about me, even Master he can't do it either. Just based on this point, I'm inferior to you. Just luck. But S.H.I. plus Howren did not think so. Luck is also a part of strength. Swap any middle-rank alchemy grandmaster over, they can't win Tong Wenchang. At least, when I was at your level, I can't do it. As they were talking, the 2 people already arrived at the summit of the mountain. A magnificent great hall entered their sights. Go in then. Master is already waiting for us, S.H.I. plus Howren said. Following S.H.I. plus Howren into the main hall, Star Abyss was already waiting for him. Howren, you take your leave first. I'll talk alone with Ji Qing, Star Abyss said. S.H.I. plus Howren bowed and withdrew. Star Abyss slowly opened his eyes and sized Yi Yuan up. But Yi Yuan also measured Star Abyss with his eyes without any care. Legendary realm. Pretty good. To be able to reach such a realm at this young age, you're bound to Serpa. Me on the alchemy path in the future, Star Abyss suddenly said. Yi Yuan was a little perplexed and did not know what these words from Star Abyss meant. He could only say, Lord Star Abyss is too kind. Ji Qing is Embark said by undeserved praises. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, You don't have to be humble. Actually, I know that I can't teach you anything at all. The reason why I called you over in the name of master and disciple is because of another reason. Yi Yuan's heart palpitated. Could it be that this old man discovered his ident one Tai? That was not very likely. Yi Yuan's heart was palpitating, but he said with a straight face, This. I wonder what Lord Star Abyss is looking for me for? Star Abyss did not answer but retorted with a question instead. Where did you come from? Yi Yuan's heart palpitated again and secretly raised his guard, quietly revolving his essence energy. This child is somebody from the wilderness. Lord Star Abyss won't know even if I said it, Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss chuckled and said, You aren't a fierce Gale World native, right? Allegedly, an endless world spy might have infiltrated the capital. If my conjectures are right, that person is you, yes? This time, Yi Yuan no longer had any thoughts of being lucky in his heart, and already made the preparations to fight for his life. But right then, Star Abyss's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, Heart like still water. What a fine lad! You really give people continuous surprises. Turned out that Yi Yuan already quietly entered Heart like still water realm. But this point was actually seen through by Star Abyss. Yi Yuan was really depressed. He did not know where he revealed a flaw. With this old man's strength, he was able to see past his divine soul mystic art? It was true that Star Abyss's strength was very formidable. But Yi Yuan similarly had great confidence in his own divine soul mystic art. Sovereign Star Abyss should not be able to see through him. Could it be during the Grand Pill Assembly? Even though he made a showy display of his abilities, he did not divulge any flaws. Yi Yuan initially wanted to use Star Abyss as a backing. To think that he actually directly exposed the skeleton in his closet. At this point, Yi Yuan no longer had the need to cover up. There was only the path of risking his life that he could take. Yi Yuan already silently completed the ACCU. Mulation of essence energy and secretly mobilized heaven and earth essence energy. Evidently, Star Abyss had long discovered Yi Yuan's little actions. But he did not stop Yi Yuan, letting him carry it out free. This was absolute confidence. He believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not escape his five-finger mountain. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous either. Essence energy erupted abruptly. 1,000 flowing petals. Explode for me! Yi Yuan roared. Innumerable flower petals appeared out of thin air, enveloping Star Abyss thickly. Swooz. H. Plus swooz. H. Plus exploding sounds constantly rang without pause, wanting to erode Star Abyss's protective essence energy. But it was all futile. The 1,000 flowing petals which had never failed him in previous battles was utterly useless this time. The flower petals which filled the skies vanished completely. Star Abyss still waited there perfectly unscathed. Not even a hair was hurt. But Star Abyss's gaze right now was likewise filled with astonishment. Such an impressive youngster. I originally thought that since you have such unmatched talent in the alchemy path, your martial path must surely be average. To think that your talent in the martial path is not at all inferior to your alchemy path. To actually be able to maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the crystal formation realm and cast such a powerful move. Star Abyss said with amazement written all over his face. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. Body was clearer than him about the strength of divine traversing realm powerhouses. In the lower realms, soul sea realms were common, but divine traversing realms were uncommon. Each sovereign-level powerhouse was a peak existence in the lower realms, a god-like existence. One could say that all were ants beneath divine traversing. But Yi Yuan was only a crystal formation realm expert now. No matter how monstrous he was, it was also not possible to cross two major realms to defeat Star Abyss. However, since it was death either way, Yi Yuan naturally would not submit to arrest without putting up resistance. Songhua's sword swept horizontally. 1,000 flowing petals was used once more. But this time, Star Abyss did not take a beating passively. It was only to see the corner of his mouth give a wee smile. With a flick of his sleeves, the myriad falling flowers dissipated. But right at this time, another Yi Yuan appeared behind him. Wind, fire, violent blaze, transforming dragon. Yi Yuan cried out. An enormous fire dragon coiled toward Star Abyss. Rumble! An intense explosion sounded out. Except that this explosion did not spread out as Yi Yuan imagined. Instead, it became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller, and finally turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath. This Star Abyss was too powerful. The firelight vanished entirely, revealing that aged body of Star Abyss. Only that this time, he was no longer sitting but standing up. His eyes showed immense astoundment. 2 kinds of moves. It actually contained 3 kinds of true intent. Fine lad, you really let this old man broaden his horizons. Star Abyss praised with a sigh. Star Abyss was only sighing with admiration, but Yi Yuan was already in despair. The wind, fire, violent blaze, transforming dragon was already his strongest move. It actually only forced Star Abyss to stand up. He could only fold his arms and wait for death. If it were not under this sort of life and death crisis, Yi Yuan's battle result was ample to be proud of. Divine traversing versus crystal formation. Why would he need to get up to make a move? Standing there to let you hit. Even if you exhausted your essence energy fully, you could not harm a single hair of his too. But now, if he was captured by Star Abyss, he only had a road that led to death. Flee? Even if he comprehended the wind flow concept, he also could not possibly escape Star Abyss's hands. Yi Yuan unwittingly gave an agonized smile. Songhua's sword moved. 1,000 flowing petals fluttered once again. Only that this time, the attack target of the 1,000 flowing petals was himself. Chapter 392. This was the 1,000 flowing petals behead character formula. This was the 1,000 flowing petals behead character formula. When Yi Yuan created this move, he never thought that he would one day use this move on himself. He also did not think that the originally seamless infiltration would actually be seen through unexpectedly. But if Yi Yuan were made to choose one more time, he would still infiltrate the fierce Gale world without hesitation to rescue his fellow apprentices. Where justice lie, advance even if you face millions obstructing you. Watching himself being enveloped by the myriad flying petals, Yi Yuan unwittingly gave a bitter smile. To think that merely a year after reincarnation, he would have to die again. In his previous life, he was only fortunate enough to escape because he had his father, Ji Xingyang, protecting him. Just as Yi Yuan closed his eyes to await death, a blast of wind blew over and actually scattered his 1,000 flowing petals fully. Yi Yuan's expression could not help hardening as he said coldly, "What's the meaning of this, Lord Star Abyss?" Star Abyss sat back down again at this time and said with a faint smile, "You're mistaken. The other reason that I'm talking about is not to expose your ident. One tie. Now, can we sit down properly to have a chat?" Yi Yuan's gaze flickered. He did not quite get Star Abyss's thoughts. Not to expose his ident. One tie. Then what was all that C.R.A.P. earlier about? Yi Yuan had many doubts. He nodded flatly and sat down opposite of Star Abyss. Right at this moment, S.H.I. plus Howren's voice came from outside the door. "Master, disciple sensed intense essence energy undulations from here just now. Are you all right?" Star Abyss replied nonchalantly, "I was giving Ji Qing some pointers earlier. That's why a small commotion was caused. You all don't have to be alarmed over nothing. Without my permission, body is allowed to approach this place. Yes, master. A moment later, there was indeed no more activity outside. Star Abyss looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "A crystal formation realm martial artist actually caused such a massive commotion in my place. Truly terrifying. In my opinion, your talent can no longer be described using monstrous." Yi Yuan knew that he could not escape and simply calmed his heart down, saying coolly, "Geniuses are nothing. Experts are the terrifying ones. If you can't beat someone, you'll still be a clump of yellow dirt in the end." Star Abyss nodded and said, that's right. Neither arrogant nor rash. Being able to face difficult predicaments calmly. Decisive and daring. Resolute in killing. You're a dragon among men and will surely soar above the skies in the future. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. What did this zealous flattering mean as well? What does Lord Star Abyss wish to say? Star Abyss chuckled and said, "Legendary realm. This old man has seen it twice in my life. Today is the second time. But to be able to cultivate the Tri-Origins Samara art to the legendary realm, I've never seen that before in my life." Yi Yuan's brows knitted. Could it be that he revealed flaws due to this Tri-Origins Samsara art? This made no sense, right? Lord Star Abyss suspected me because of this? Yi Yuan asked gloomily. Star Abyss had a smile as he nodded and said, "That's right." "Why so?" "Although the Tri-Origins Samsara art is rare, it's not really some impressive inheritance, right?" Getting a definite answer, Yi Yuan was even more depressed. Haha, if the Tri-Origins Samara art doesn't even count as an impressive inheritance, then what kind of ability is considered an impressive inheritance? Looks like your origins are even more incredible than I imagined. This Tri-Origins Samara art is my Dao Yen lineage's unpropagated secret. Within the fierce Gale world, apart from Hauran and me, an body cultivated it before. But you were able to cultivate the Tri-Origins Samsara art to such a level. Clearly, you aren't my fierce Gale world's aboriginal, Star Abyss said with a profound significance. The fierce Gale world is so large. How can Lord Star Abyss come to a conclusion that there are no other people who know the Tri-Origins Samsara art? Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. Although the fierce Gale world is huge, its accomplishments in alchemy skills aren't much. If my conjectures are correct, my standards when placed in the endless world probably can't even enter the top 5, right? So, how many inheritances this Tri-Origins Samsara art has in the fierce Gale world, this old man is still well aware. Star Abyss stroked his beard and said. Yi Yuan curled his mouth and declined to comment on Star Abyss's conjectures. Yi Yuan was not too familiar with the endless world. But according to his estimations, the northern domain should have several sovereign-level powerhouses. Star Abyss's strength might really not even rank in the top 5 when placed in the endless world. It was precisely because the fierce Gale world was too weak in the alchemy path. The inheritances were naturally pitiably scarce. Star Abyss saying that he had a good idea about the Tri-Origins Samsara art inheritance was not false. It was just that Yi Yuan revealing a flaw because of such a matter was seriously something he had not expected. Just based on this, you determined that I'm not a fierce Gale world native? Yi Yuan countered with a question. Star Abyss suddenly burst into laughter and said, "This old man originally only suspected, so I tricked you. To think that you're really that endless world spy. You, this junior, is truly impressive. To actually be able to use divine soul mystic arts to change the characteristics of the divine soul. Even I can't see through it with my realm. This round of exchange truly astonished me over again and again." Yi Yuan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Ever since he reincarnated, it had always been him plotting against others. To think that today, he was actually schemed by someone. But this honestly could not be blamed on Yi Yuan either. After all, in a different world like this, him entering deep inside alone, his mind was actually in a tightly wound-up state all this while. Star Abyss. This old fox was Brim. G with confidence all the way and directly exposed Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. How could Yi Yuan doubt this? If it were some other person, they might really harbor hope in their hearts and insist that they are not someone from the endless world. But with Yi Yuan's temperament, how could he willingly place his life in the hands of others? Therefore, his ident. 1. tie being exposed was also within reason. "You're so sly, old man." Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Star Abyss stroked his beard and said, "This is called all's fair in war. But you, this young man, is somebody with affection and faith. For the sake of your fellow apprentices, you actually risked your own life to enter deep inside the capital alone. I, this old man, have lived for many years and have only yielded to one person. But today there's one more." "Oh? I wonder who the other person is?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "The other person is naturally my master, Sage Dao Yen." He affirmed his Dao with alchemy under such an environment like the fierce gale world and ascended to the divine realm. The first person since time immemorial in the fierce gale world. This Triorigin's samsara art was Paas, said down to me by his elderly self, and my lifetime aspiration is to follow in his footsteps and ascend to the divine realm. Speaking of his own master, Star Abyss also had a look of admiration and fixation. This was the second time Yi Yuan heard of Dao Yen, this name, and could not help being stirred. This Yi is unworthy of Lord Star Abyss's admiration. Now, since I've already fallen into your hands, I wonder how you plan on dealing with me? Yi Yuan asked. So, your real name is surnamed Yi. If you were just a mere body, just based on your ties of camaraderie, this old man could let you off. But, with the talent that you just displayed, if I let you grow unchecked, you might be a catastrophic calamity to my fierce gale world. Although this old man is the A.S. Association head of the Alchemist A.S. Association, I grew up in the fierce gale world after all. Therefore. Sorry, said Star Abyss. Talking up to here, Star Abyss also had a regrettable look. Chapter 393. A prodigious talent like Yi Yuan, anyone who met him would their talent shares. H.I. plus ing heart stirred. A prodigious talent like Yi Yuan, anyone who met him would their talent shares. H.I. plus ing heart stirred. But if such a genius was the enemy, that would be too scary. Undoubtedly, those few moves from Yi Yuan earlier already made Star Abyss sense immense threat. Yi Yuan's potential was too great. As part of the fierce gale world, he could not let Yi Yuan mature. But Yi Yuan did not have any nervousness right now. Instead, he said coolly, I can give you a reason not to kill me. Star Abyss was stunned, but he shook his head and said, It's futile. Just based on those few moves that you displayed just now, you can't be kept alive. Or else, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, might not even be your match in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and asked, The sage Dao Yen that you mentioned earlier, was his name called Li Daohang? Star Abyss's entire body shuddered, his eyes full of astoundment. He asked tremblingly, You? How do you know Master's name? The number of people in the entire fierce gale world who knows his name can be counted on one's fingers. Furthermore, with your age, how is it possible? Seeing Star Abyss's reaction, Yi Yuan finally set his mind at ease. Star Abyss's master, Sage Dao Yen, was really that Li Daohang that he knew. Haha, it's really Li Daohang ha. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. A divine traversing realm powerhouse was quivering like an ordinary old man currently. Li Daohang was the master that influenced Star Abyss's entire life. His status in his heart was akin to that of a god. Hearing news of him once again, how could Star Abyss not be agitated? You know my master? But, how is this possible? Star Abyss said in disbelief. Yi Yuan was merely 16 years of age. When he was born, Li Daohang had ascended to the divine realm long ago. It was simply impossible for the two of them to have any interaction. Boo, Yi Yuan truly said Li Daoheng this name. This left Star Abyss racking his brain for answers. Star Abyss's mind was currently flooded with countless question marks. He urgently wanted to know Li Daoheng's present situation, but Yi Yuan just refused to say it. This involuntarily made him have an impulse to scratch his ears and face in anxiety. I naturally know him, but if you want to know his recent developments, you need to swear a heavenly Tao oath. The matter I speak of today will be said by me, enter your ears, and not a third person is permitted to know. Don't you think about using some method like soul search to find what you want. Since I can hide from you when it comes to the divine soul, you should know my means, Yi Yuan said with an icy look. Star Abyss was secretly shocked. He really had that thought just now. But being reminded like this by Yi Yuan, he knew that he definitely had no chance of succeeding anymore. Yi Yuan could hide from his divine traversing realm detection with crystal formation realm cultivation. How powerful his divine soul mystic art was could be imagined. Even if Yi Yuan was not his match, him wanting to search the soul was something impossible. After struggling repeatedly, Star Abyss finally could not resist Yi Yuan's temptation and swore the heavenly Tao oath. Now you can tell me, right? Master, is he well right now? Star Abyss asked somewhat uneasily. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan also had a rather complicated expression. He only spoke after musing for a moment. Whether he's well or not, I don't know either. Maybe he's okay, maybe he's not okay. Star Abyss was stupefied and could not being saying furiously, You made me swear a heavenly Tao oath just to give me such an answer? Yi Yuan looked at him and gave a long sigh, saying, How do you think a 16-year-old youth like me can have such incredible alchemy skills? Although the Triorigin's samsara art isn't considered some pinnacle ability, wanting to reach the legendary realm isn't something easy either. Do you think that it can be executed by a 16-year-old youth? Star Abyss was secretly alarmed and said in surprise, Is it possible that you? But your body and divine soul is very compatible. How is this possible? Yi Yuan naturally would not tell him that this was due to those golden characters. He just said indifferently, The means of the divine realm is unimaginable to you. This isn't considered much to me. This is indeed so. I suspected previously, but after using my divine soul to investigate for a long time, I didn't discover any traces at all either. So I dispelled this sort of thought too. To think that. Star Abyss said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Actually before I took over, I was an alchemy emperor. What? How did Star Abyss have any demeanor of an expert right now? He nearly jumped up. Alchemy Emperor? Why were you actually an alchemy emperor? Oh my god. Star Abyss stammered. To an alchemist, their lifelong aspiration was not to reach the divine king realm but the legendary alchemy emperor realm. And to Star Abyss, forget about alchemy emperor, even alchemy ancestor was a realm that was far from his reach. Alchemy Emperor. The weight of these two words was too heavy. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected Star Abyss's reaction and said coolly, That's right. Li Daoheng, that boy still has some abilities. At that time, he wanted to enter my tutelage. I didn't accept him. But he brazenly refused to leave and followed behind me to do a considerable period of CHORES. Later on, he became an alchemy venerable too. That boy. Star Abyss's face twitched. His master was that boy. Then what was he? That grandson? F***ck me. A little kid scolding the locust while pointing at the mulberry, how to tolerate it? Star Abyss could not resist cursing in his heart. Yi Yuan clearly saw through his reaction and said nonchalantly, You don't have to feel unwilling to submit. You're also aware that in the martial artist world, the strong reigns supreme. The alchemist world is likewise so. With your present accomplishments you've just barely learned the rudiment. Li Daohang is also just barely considered to have gained a higher level of mastery later on. In front of me, if he isn't a boy, then what? Star Abyss said displeasedly. Why don't you talk about what traits and characteristics that Li Daohang has? Maybe it's the same surname and same name. Star Abyss was an old fox. He naturally would not be ushered in by Yi Yuan so easily. Just as he said, there were many people with the same surname and name. Also, Yi Yuan might be deliberately duping him. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, that boy doesn't have any other abilities. That shamelessly bold and hard to shake off ability is powerful enough. He spent a full 3 years in the main hall pestering before I grudgingly agreed to take him in. If you have to say what characteristics he has. As he spoke, Yi Yuan casually struck out several seals. Star Abyss's expression could not help changing when he saw the situation. Wandering seal. Yi Yuan made a move again. Star Abyss was shocked once more. Green Lotus seal. 7 Evils Kindred seal. Each seal that Yi Yuan struck out, Star Abyss's throat would raise an octave. At the back, he was practically about to use the lion's roar. I wonder if these can prove that the Li Daohang I know is your master? Yi Yuan asked with an amused look. Star Abyss nodded like a chicken pecking for rice. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. This 16-year-old youth before his eyes was really an alchemy emperor powerhouse that took over a body to rebirth? These are all the seals that Master used to rise to fame. That person is really Master. Star Abyss no longer doubted. Yi Yuan said scornfully, relying on these lousy things and also being able to become famous. No wonder his level was so traz. Plus it means veiled insult. Chapter 394 You. If you dare to speak impertinently about Master again, I won't be courteous. You. If you dare to speak impertinently about Master again, I won't be courteous. Yi Yuan repeatedly belittled Li Daohang over and over again. Finally, it made Star Abyss unable to bear it and explode. But how could Yi Yuan bother with his feelings? How did Li Daohang that boy teach you? Don't you have any consciousness of honoring and respecting your teachers? Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Abyss crumbled and said, Of course I respect and honor my teachers. But what has this got to do with you? Although I didn't take Li Daohang in as my disciple, no matter what, he followed me for nearly 100 years too. It's not too much for me to say that I'm half a teacher to him. If you being impolite to me is not disrespecting your teacher, then what is it? This. Now, I'm a tiger that landed in the plains. If you still wish to kill me, do as you please. But, if you ascend to the divine realm in the future, be sure not to go and find Li Daohang. If he knows that you killed me, he'll smack you to death in one palm without hesitation at all. Of course, with your talent, ascending to the divine realm is probably also something very challenging. Star Abyss ruminated over it. Clearly he fell into a dilemma. The person that he respected the most in this life was Li Daohang, while this young man before his eyes actually said that he was Li Daohang's half a teacher. Wouldn't that mean that he was his grand teacher? If Yi Yuan really died in his hands, wouldn't he really become someone who betrayed his master and forefathers? But this person was an alchemy emperor who took over a body to rebirth. How powerful an alchemy emperor was, Star Abyss completely had no notion at all. But he knew that it was very, very powerful. Powerful until he was simply unable to imagine it. The present Yi Yuan in front of him was akin to an ant, while if he was in front of an alchemy emperor, he did not even count as an ant, insignificant like a speck of dust. Such a figure was way more terrifying than any genius character. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not formidable, his various kinds of means were inconceivable. Before long, he would become an extremely terrifying opponent of His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. To kill or not to kill? Yi Yuan just looked at Star Abyss like this, and was not in a hurry to press him. He was not very clear about this Star Abyss's disposition. But he was still very clear about Li Daohang's moral character. Li Daohang was a very talented and very hard-working person. While he did not take in him as his disciple, Li Daohang treated him as his master all along, silently following by his side for close to 100 years. Of course, in this 100 years, his harvest was also tremendous, growing from an alchemy ancestor to an alchemy venerable expert. As for Star Abyss, Yi Yuan actually still had some confidence. Previously, when he mentioned Li Daohang, that sort of revering and respectful expression did not seem to be fake. Indeed, after Star Abyss mused for quite a while, he sucked in a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, "I can let you off too. But you have to guarantee not to let my fierce Gale World's people plunge into misery and suffering." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. This sort of thing, like a war between two worlds, is a matter as big as the heavens to you all. But to me, it essentially counts for nothing. My horizons have never been on this plane. After you ascend to the divine realm, you'll naturally understand the meaning of these words of mine." Star Abyss was dazed. Thinking about it, that was true too. To an alchemy emperor, the matters of the lower realms were too inconsequential. "That will be good." Star Abyss heaved a sigh in relief. "If the war between two worlds can't be avoided, I most likely won't be able to detach myself from it. There are my present kin and friends over there. I have no way of watching them all become fierce Gale World slaves. However, I can assure you that I won't help the Endless World invade the fierce Gale World. Honestly speaking, if you have the capabilities, you can persuade the Wind Emperor not to invade the Endless World. This way we can all be happy," Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss gave a bitter laugh. "Easier said than done. You've also seen the fierce Gale World's living conditions. It's impossible for His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to give up this war." Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Foolies. Plus once the war between two worlds launches, it will only plunge the people into an abyss of misery and suffering. Even if the fierce Gale World wins, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory too." He used improving living conditions as a pretense to invade another world. Isn't it in order to satisfy his own selfish interests? To plunder more cultivation resources? At that time, the ones dead will be his citizens, but the beneficiary will be him, this high and lofty Wind Emperor, His Majesty. But Star Abyss disagreed. Lord Wind Emperor is already standing at the pinnacle of the world. Why would he still have so much desire towards resources? Him doing so is of course for the millions of martial artists in the fierce Gale World. Hehe, you fool. Just a boundless realm. He's standing at the top of the world? Still early. The greater one's strength, the greater the requirements towards resources. Otherwise, he could have shattered the void and left long ago with his strength. Why is he still reluctant to leave the lower realms? Because he knows that if he went to the divine realm, he would only vanish into the faces of the crowd. Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Star Abyss wanted to refute, but felt that any words were very feeble. This. Impossible. Star Abyss said impossible, but he was already convinced in his heart. Her. Although you're the alchemist A.S. Association's A.S. Association head, your strength is not there yet. There are still many things that you don't know. But he, as the ruler of a world, knows way more things than you do. Don't look at how you can summon rain and clouds in the capital. After you ascend to the divine realm, you're also just a servant. The intensity of the compet. 1. Tie-in in the divine realm is what the current you simply cannot imagine. The vast majority of the martial artists who ascend would croak before even enduring Pa's. The initial stage after going to the divine realm, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan spoke indifferently. But Star Abyss's hair stood on its ends from shock after hearing it. To him, the divine realm was a holy and pure land, a paradise. There were limitless cultivation resources over there and countless powerhouses. It was the playground for martial artists and alchemists. But Yi Yuan's words shattered all of his fantasies to smithereens. But I'm in charge of a world's alchemist association. There's also hard work even if I haven't performed meritorious deeds, right? Can it be that the Alchemist Association completely doesn't care about my life and death at all? Star Abyss asked in bewilderment. Of course they care. The Divine Realm's resources are indeed abundant until you can't imagine it. However, there are also so many martial artists that you can't imagine it. Alchemists are similarly so many that you can't imagine it. Especially in a place like the Alchemist Association. It has the strongest bunch of alchemists in the Divine Realm. The alchemists that ascend are also countless. If resources are distributed equally, then the Alchemist Association would not have been able to make ends meet. Although you also have some cleverness in trivial matters, you're still a lot worse compared to Li Daohang. Do you feel that you can get the Alchemist Association's emphasis? Yi Yuan's words were like a small hammer, shattering Star Abyss's GLA's heart bit by bit. Star Abyss felt like his world outlook instantly disintegrated. His entire being lost his bearings. People were aware of their own affairs. Star Abyss's talent in alchemy might be top-notch in the fierce Gale world, but there were countless lower planes. He was nothing impressive among them, and even less of a something after reaching the Divine Realm. Yi Yuan saying that he would go to the Alchemist Association to do menial labor was possibly already giving him face. Then what should I do? Star Abyss was utterly confused. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Li Daohang was smarter than you and more talented than you. So he did not join the Alchemist Association. His skin was also thick enough to beg me to take him in. But you've already stuck on the Alchemist Association's label and can only pave a bloody path for yourself. The prerequisite is that you have the capabilities. Chapter 395 Star Abyss was completely befuddled. Star Abyss was completely befuddled. In truth, the fierce Gale world's Alchemist Association basically had no relations with the Divine Realm. This seemed to be a forgotten land. Of course, this could not be blamed on others either, who asked the fierce Gale world's alchemy path to be very underdeveloped. Hence, Star Abyss's understanding of the Divine Realm was entirely fantasized by himself. He only knew how naive he was after listening to Yi Yuan's words now. Star Abyss did not doubt Yi Yuan's words, because his words were the most logical. It was just that he imagined it without basis to give himself an intense psychological hint that the Divine Realm was a beautiful place. Yet, this was simply impossible. Straightening out his thinking, Star Abyss suddenly bowed towards Yi Yuan and said respectfully, Star Abyss is ignorant. Senior, please point out the right path. Unknowingly, Star Abyss already took Yi Yuan to be an old monster-like existence, and quietly changed his form of address. Yi Yuan reached out a hand to prop him up and said with a sigh, You're also aware of what happened to me now. How can I dare to receive your solemn grace? I think you also know that me saying this is actually just in order for you to let me off and to carry on living. This is far from showing you the right part, but I can still manage to let you ascend to the Divine Realm. Knowing when to stop and go over the limit was as bad as falling short. The disparity in strength between Yi Yuan and Star Abyss was too great. He wasted his breath talking until now in order to make Star Abyss open his mouth to beg him. As long as Star Abyss required Yi Yuan's assistance, he naturally would not harm him. One must not have malicious intentions, but also must not be without caution against others. Although he had Li Daohang this layer of relations, Hi+P between Star Abyss, Yi Yuan had to take precaution against him. Only by arousing the desire within Star Abyss's heart could he guarantee complete success. Indeed, when Star Abyss heard these words, he became unbelievably agitated. "How will Senior teach me?" Star Abyss asked excitedly. "You're Li Daohong's disciple. I believe you do not lack in soul cultivation technique. But you're only at the middle stage sovereign level today, indicating that it's already very hard for you to break through again," Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss had an abashed look as he said, "I've lost face for Master." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Lost what face? That boy himself wasn't much either. Followed me for 100 years and didn't even break through to the Alchemy Emperor realm. That's called losing face. The Fierce Scale world's resources are S.E. and it's indeed not suitable for alchemists to break through. For you to be able to cultivate to such a realm was already not very easy." This was not Yi Yuan deliberately posturing in front of Star Abyss. The Medicine King Hall truly had many Alchemy Emperor experts. The person that he brought along for 100 years had yet to break through to the Alchemy Emperor realm. This made him feel very ashamed. Alchemy Emperor realm was not the pinnacle for alchemists. It was only another beginning. Similarly, being an Alchemy Emperor expert, there was a distance of a heavenly chasm between Yi Yuan and the rest. From low rank to peak Alchemy Emperor, this was a gulf that many people could not cross in their entire lives. Yi Yuan was famed as the person most likely to become an Alchemy God precisely because his speed when breaking through to peak Alchemy Emperor was too quick. So swift that it made those long-renowned peak Alchemy Emperor powerhouses perspire from shame. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Li Daohang once again, Star Abyss wished that he did not hear it. Right now, he could only pretend to not have heard it and played possum as he said, "Could it be that Senior has a way to let me break through to perfection sovereign level?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Have you ever heard of Soul Meld Pill?" Star Abyss's entire body quivered, and he exclaimed in shock, "Senior can actually refine the Soul Meld Pill? I've seen that before in the AAS Association's records. That's a legendary level tier 5 medicinal pill." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "You should have thrown away those lousy records in the Fierce Gale world long ago. How does the Soul Meld Pill count as some legendary level medicinal pill? You don't think that an Alchemy Emperor can't even refine a tier 5 medicinal pill, right?" Cough, cough, cough. Star Abyss nearly choked and said, "Star Abyss's knowledge is shallow. I've incurred ridicule from Senior." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "But I can only give you an empty promise. My current strength can't refine it at all. After I have sufficient strength, I'll come and find you." Star Abyss was overjoyed and said, "No worries, no worries. Star Abyss can afford to wait." "Oh right, Senior previously said that Master He. What does that mean?" Yi Yuan gave Star Abyss a look and said with an emotional sigh, "Looks like you still have some feelings toward Li Daohang, that chap. At least his teachings were not in vain. However, I really don't know how he's like now. Back then, only a wisp of my soul escaped to the endless world. I completely couldn't care about other things." Li Daohang's life and death was fully grasped in the hands of Ji Kanglin. If Ji Tsonglong carried out a large-scale cleansing crazily, Li Daohang's little life would probably be very hard to preserve. If Ji Kanglin still took into consideration some old feelings, Li Daohang might survive. But Yi Yuan felt that the possibility of the latter was higher. It was just that he could not very well say it to Star Abyss. Seeing Yi Yuan's despondent expression, Star Abyss also knew that his question poked Yi Yuan's sore spot. But he also secretly started worrying for Li Daohang. Coming out from Star Abyss's place, Yi Yuan headed straight for S.H.I. plus Howren's place. Before going in, he entrusted White Light to S.H.I. plus Howren. However, when Yi Yuan came to S.H.I. plus Howren's place, he did not see S.H.I. plus Howren's silhouette, while White Light was being hugged in the embrace of an extremely beautiful girl with a face full of grievance. Beside the girl stood a handsome and suave yellow HI plus RT youth. Hee hee, you can't escape from the palm of my hands this time, right, little white tiger? Shangguan Lingxue said playfully. Shangguan Lingxue had sea transformation realm strength. How could white light contend with that? Under Shangguan Lingxue's despotic power, white light could only be in her embrace obediently. Yi Yuan jumped in fright when he saw the situation. Wasn't this girl the one who brought him into the capital? Why would she appear here? The freaking thing was that Yi Yuan saw a boundless scenic view when he was kept under her skirt back then. Now that he saw her in the flesh, Yi Yuan felt very awkward in his heart. Yi Yuan instinctively wanted to dodge aside, but it was already too late. Shangguan Lingxue and that yellow HI plus RT youth already saw him. Why are you, a servant, so ignorant of the rules? This place is a restricted pill refinement place. How can you freely enter and leave? Said the yellow HI plus RT youth with a frown. He knew all of Star Abyss's 7 great disciples. There wasn't Yi Yuan at all. Plus, Yi Yuan's strength was meager and his attire was ordinary. The yellow HI plus RT youth subconsciously thought that Yi Yuan was a servant. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. This yellow HI plus RT youth's overbearing attitude made him very displeased. Putting aside that Yi Yuan was not a servant, even if he really was a servant, there was no need to be like this either, right? This sort of ordering people about with a gesture attitude made it seem like everyone owed him something. Was there a need for that? Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, the yellow HI plus RT youth was even more displeased. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Get lost. As he said, he flicked his sleeves. An extremely powerful force hurtled towards Yi Yuan. It actually wanted to forcefully push Yi Yuan outside. This yellow HI plus RT youth was at the 5th level C transformation realm. In his view, this move was naturally more than ample to deal with the 2nd level crystal formation realm Yi Yuan. Yet, that force wind just howled past Yi Yuan's body like this, while Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well without even moving a muscle. Chapter 396 N? You have quite a knack in doing things. N? You have quite a knack in doing things. The yellow HI plus RT youth was slightly stunned. He did not think that a mere 2nd level crystal formation realm could actually block the force of his flick so effortlessly. White light, come here. Let's go. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with this wildly arrogant youth and lightly called out. White light gave a low roar and struggled free from Shangguan Lingxue's embrace. In a blink of an eye, he arrived behind Yi Yuan, trying to hide. He's called White Light? A very nice name. Is he a little white tiger that you're raising? Shangguan Lingxue blinked her eyes and asked Yi Yuan curiously. So what if yes? Yi Yuan answered indecisively. The yellow HI plus RT youth's actions made Yi Yuan rather displeased. The hate for the house extended even to the birds perching on it. Yi Yuan naturally did not have much favorable impression towards Shangguan Lingxue too. Shangguan Lingxue had yet to speak when the yellow HI plus RT youth reprimanded, "Insolence! Do you know who she is? To actually dare to be so impudent." Yi Yuan looked at him indifferently and said, "Impudent? I wonder who's the one shouting and wrangling here, reversing the order of host and guest? Still say that others are impudent?" The yellow HI plus RT youth sneered coldly and said, "Reversing the order of host and guest? You mean that you're the owner of this place? I wonder since when did Sovereign Star Abyss's dojo become your territory?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't know? It's something not long ago." Since when had the yellow HI plus RT youth suffered such provocation? He laughed from extreme anger and said, "Good! I'll lug you before Sovereign Star Abyss and ask him if this place is your territory." Shangguan Lingxue was greatly alarmed and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, seventh prince, don't." But it was already too late. Seventh prince arrived beside Yi Yuan at lightning speed. "Be careful." Shangguan Lingxue could not bear to see Yi Yuan's tragic state and closed her eyes as if she was in pain. But it was only to hear a whistle. Then there was silence. Several breaths had said, yet Shangguan Lingxue did not hear any activities. She could not help opening her eyes curiously. With this look, Shangguan Lingxue could not help being greatly startled. Yi Yuan was currently standing and facing seventh price far away, and actually looked like he was completely unscathed. My God! A second-level crystal formation realm martial artist actually dodged an attack from the number one person in the capital's junior generation. Who in the world was this young man? Indeed have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to be so impertinent in front of this prince. But you're still a little green in the end. Seventh prince snickered coldly. And? Could it be? Shangguan Lingxue looked towards Yi Yuan again. Indeed, she saw a trace of fresh blood flowing down along the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. He sustained injuries in the end. But to be able to escape with his life from seventh prince's hands, this young man was already very remarkable. In the entire capital, only big brother Shangguan Lingyun could contend with him. The effects of other people were only to serve as a foil to his might. Roar! Seeing Yi Yuan injured, the white light beside Yi Yuan became restless with anxiety. Yi Yuan had the intention to stop, but his internal injuries were not light. It was already too late. Only to hear a whoosh, a streak of white light left an afterimage behind in midair as it pounced towards seventh prince. Seventh Price laughed coldly and struck with one hand, accurately hitting that streak of white light. Cross. H. Plus white light was sent flying out. Cross. HI plus ing onto T-table SMAs. HI plus ing the T-table into smithereens. White light. Poo work. Seeing white light get injured, Yi Yuan could not help getting very anxious. With a jerk, it affected his wounds, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Humph! A tier 2 little beast. As overconfident as your master. Asking for trouble. Seventh Prince said with a cold snort. Seeing white light being wounded, Shangguan Lingxue also became anxious and said, "Your Highness, they didn't intentionally offend you either. How can you deal such a heavy blow?" As she spoke, Shangguan Lingxue arrived at white light's side with a large stride, wanting to carry him up. But just as her hands were about to touch white light suddenly vanished before her eyes. "Ah! You'd and little animal. I'm going to kill you." Following that, Shangguan Lingxue heard seventh Princess's shocked and furious voice. Turning around to look, she saw that seventh Prince's face had a few extra claw marks. Clearly, they were left behind by white light. Shangguan Lingxue's eyes involuntarily revealed astonishment. A tier 2 little white tiger actually wounded seventh prince? What was the background of this one person and one beast? Each of them actually had such extraordinary skills. But white light, who succeeded in one try, already returned to Yi Yuan's embrace, dripping with fresh blood, looking horrifyingly ghastly. His injuries were clearly very severe. That slap from seventh prince earlier was really not light at all. Yi Yuan lightly caressed white light. Taking in a deep breath, he said to seventh prince, right? Very good. I've remembered this. Yi Yuan and white light were together day and night. He had long treated him as an indispensable part of his own life already. To talk about feelings, his feelings towards white light was even deeper compared to Mo Yuntian and the rest. Seventh Prince actually beat white light to such a manner. This was something that Yi Yuan could not accept. Hence, he had to suffer Yi Yuan's wrath. This seventh prince was indeed well deserving of being the number one expert among the capital's junior generation. His strength was truly peerlessly powerful. Although his realm was similar to Lan Bao's, his true combat power was not even on the same level as Lan Bao. This seventh prince similarly comprehended true intent. Hence, that one exchange earlier, Yi Yuan could not fully evade 7th Prince's attack and sustained considerable internal injuries. Under the situation where his movement technique could not gain any advantage, Yi Yuan's realm became his greatest shortfall. There was a full major realm disparity between the two of them. Yi Yuan just sustaining injuries was already the best outcome. 7th Prince, who had always feared neither heaven nor earth, actually could not help shuddering when he saw Yi Yuan's ice-cold eyes. And? What's going on? I actually feel fear? How is that possible? 7th Prince could not quite believe it in his heart. Still want to take revenge? That we'll also have to see if you have that opportunity. 7th Prince grinned hideously. This 7th Prince was decisive in killing, taking action when he said so, and completely did not say a word of rubbish. Plus his voice had yet to fade when his person already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. His movement technique was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and displayed his movement technique. At the same time, he condensed out a small handful of 1,000 flowing petals to block in front of him. Bang! Even so, Yi Yuan was still sent flying out. 7th Prince's speed was too fast. Yi Yuan simply could not dodge in time. Pooh work! Yi Yuan vomited blood again, but he adamantly safeguarded white light in his bosom and did not let him sustain a single bit of shock. White light's injuries were already very severe. If he received damage again, he would die. If this were not the case, Yi Yuan would not clash head-on with 7th Prince either. Enough, Your Highness, 7th Prince. Shangguan Lingxue admonished. 7th Prince said flatly, Lingxue, you should know my temperament. I absolutely won't permit anyone or anything that threatens my existence. This boy is rather abnormal. If I let him grow unchecked, he might really be able to threaten me. Therefore, he must die today. As he said, 7th Prince placed his hands together. An extremely powerful essence energy undulation spread out. Chapter 397 7th Prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Lingxue. 7th Prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Lingxue. Towards some latent threats, 7th Prince had always exterminated them while they were still in their budding state. Yi Yuan was actually able to evade 2 of his attacks consecutively with 2nd-level crystal formation realm strength. This was something utterly inconceivable. Therefore, he decided to kill Yi Yuan. Even if Shangguan Lingxue barred the way, he also had to kill Yi Yuan. Boy in the capital and body dares to oppose me, Zhao Qinggan. All those who set themselves against me are already dead. You won't be an exception too. Don't blame me either. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not growing eyes, to provoke an existence such as myself. 7th Prince said icily. Finished talking, his figure moved, and already arrived before Yi Yuan. Bang! A huge explosion. Zhao Qinggan's figure fell back over a dozen steps before barely managing to stop his body. His palm being returned, Zhao Qinggan's internal organs were in a disorderly mess. Alchemy King S. H.I. Seeing the arrival clearly, Zhao Qinggan said in surprise. The arrival was precisely S. H.I. Howren. He turned around to take a look at the severely wounded Yi Yuan. His brows involuntarily knitted together. All right. Won't die. Okay. Then you tend to your injuries. Leave the rest to me. No. I won't die. Borrow Senior's pill refinement room to use. And go ahead. Yi Yuan casually took out a medicinal pill to consume and carried white light into the pill refinement room. He did not look at Zhao Qinggan from start to end. Zhao Qinggan's brows furrowed. He said to S.H.I. Howren, Alchemy King S.H.I. He's your junior? Why haven't I heard about it before? S.H.I. Howren did not answer him. Raising one hand, a medicinal pill appeared in his hand. Only to see him release gently. The medicinal pill fell. He grabbed it in his hand and casually rubbed it. A pile of powder fell from the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qinggan and Shangguan Lingshue's expression changed. They came to find S.H.I. plus Howren precisely for the sake of requesting a medicinal pill from him. S.H.I. plus Howren did not come out the entire time because he was refining the medicinal pill for them. That was why he did not detect the commotion outside. Now that the medicinal pill was already refined, S.H.I. plus Howren actually destroyed it in front of them. You guys leave. Don't come back in the future. This place doesn't welcome you. Of course, if junior apprentice Brother G forgives you, I won't say much. Please. S.H.I. plus Howren made a please leave gesture. The meaning of showing guests the door was already perfectly clear. Zhao Qinggan's facial expression flickered erratically. Within this capital, he had always been high and lofty. Never had he suffered such treatment. Even prior to this, S.H.I. plus Howren was all smiles towards him. For the sake of this brat, S.H.I. plus Howren actually fell out with him. Alchemy King S.H.I. plus, it was this boy who offended me. That's why I made a move to punish him. Furthermore, I wasn't aware that he was your junior. That's why there was this misunderstanding. Zhao Qinggang explained. S.H.I. plus Howren's strength was extremely formidable. He also had exceedingly high status in the capital. Zhao Qinggan felt that there was the need to explain to him. After all, this sort of thing like offending the alchemist A.S. association was not something amusing. Although S.H.I. plus Howren could not represent the alchemist A.S. association, he was Sovereign Star Abyss's strongest eldest disciple. To a very large degree, his ATTI Tude represented Sovereign Star Abyss's ATTI Tude. Zhao Qinggan never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually S.H.I. plus Howren's junior. It was a little troublesome this time. But he also had immense faith towards his own Tai and strength. He believed that S.H.I. plus Howren would not easily offend him either. One had to know that behind him stood the fierce Gale world's most powerful, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Yet, he was too naive. I have no interest in hearing which of you is right or wrong. I only saw you trying to kill him just now. So, you can scram now. S.H.I. plus Howren said coolly. Zhao Qinggan was enraged upon hearing that and said, S.H.I. plus Howren, me explaining to you is giving you face. You don't fail to appreciate others' kindness. Could it be that you wish to let the alchemist A.S. association break away from His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Me making you scram is already taking into account His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, do you think that you can leave Qixia Mountain alive? Alright, if you still don't get lost, I'm going to make a move. S.H.I. plus Howren did not give face in the slightest. Zhao Qinggan's expression changed again and again. S.H.I. plus Howren had always had a benign and uncontentious appearance. Today's S.H.I. plus Howren was his first time seeing it. Fine. I'll leave. You'll regret it, S.H.I. plus Howren. Lingxue, let's go. Zhao Qinggan gritted his teeth and said. S.H.I. plus Howren placed both hands behind his back and did not even look at them. Around an hour later, Yi Yuan walked out of the pill refinement room carrying white light. S.H.I. plus Howren hurriedly went forward to greet him. Seeing that Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale, S.H.I. plus Howren said with a frown, "You're really messing around. Suffering such heavy injuries and still forcefully refining pills. Wouldn't that pile injury on top of injuries?" Just now, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill whole and did not have time to refine the medicinal effect at all before entering seclusion to refine pills. Although it was only refining a Tier 2 demonic pill, Yi Yuan was heavily wounded. After vomiting blood several times in succession, it already added injuries on top of injuries. Seeing S.H.I. plus Howren being concerned, Yi Yuan felt his heart warm. He forced a smile and said, "No worries. I'm fine. White Light's injuries are very severe. If I don't help him refine medicinal pills, the outcome is hard to say." S.H.I. plus Howren heaved a sigh and said, "You're somebody who values sentiments greatly. To actually do things to this extent for your contract beast. This junior, I acknowledge you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "White Light and I don't have a contractual relations. Hi plus P. We're equals. We're just like family. How can I watch him die?" S.H.I. plus Howren said in astonishment, "N? You guys actually don't have a contractual relations. Hi plus P. This little white tiger is only Tier 2, and he's actually so capable of perceiving the thoughts of humans. Under ordinary circumstances, humans could only own a contract beast by thoroughly subjugating a demonic beast and forcing it to sign a divine soul contract. But this little white tiger had no contractual relations. Hi plus P with Yi Yuan and actually even threw away its own life for him. This was something that S.H.I. plus Howren had never heard of before. Indeed so, Yi Yuan said smilingly. White Light, this little fellow's origins was very mysterious. Even Yi Yuan could not figure it out. Being intelligent was also not something rare. And what medicinal pill did you refine for him? Why doesn't he have any reaction at all? S.H.I. plus Howren noticed that White Light was not quite right. Logically speaking, after consuming medicinal pills, one's spirit would be a little better. But White Light did not stir at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I don't know what's happening too." After he consumed the medicinal pill, he fell into a state of deep sleep. But I can sense that his aura is currently in the midst of gradual recovery. It should be fine. S.H.I. plus Howren observed closely and saw that it was indeed so. He could not help clicking his tongue in surprise. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Zhao Qinggan and opened his mouth to ask, "Oh right, where's that seventh prince?" S.H.I. plus Howren curled his lips and said, "I made him get lost." As he said, S.H.I. plus Howren briefly recounted the matter just now for Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan stare with his mouth agape after hearing it. He only smiled bitterly after a long while and said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Why was there a need for that, Senior?" Chapter 398 Junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? Us disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. Seventh Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yen lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger. S.H.I. plus Howren said coolly. Junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? Us disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. Seventh Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yen lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger. S.H.I. plus Howren said coolly. Yi Yuan did not think that a mere alchemy king actually had such courage. Speaking of which, it was really quite likely Dao Hang, that chap's character. That boy, apart from being very cautious around him and treating him with the courtesy of a teacher from beginning to the end, he would speak brusquely to others. An appearance like your father was number one under the heaven. Seemed like this problem of his was successfully Pa-S said down to his disciple, which Pa-S said on to his grand students. Although he had not seen this side of Star Abyss yet, it was presumably around the same. Haha. I don't need that. This sort of thing like taking revenge, I love to do it the most. Looks like everybody thinks that my cultivation realm is low and easy to bully. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. It was uncertain what he was thinking about. Plus Howren thought that Yi Yuan was lamenting and could not help patting his shoulders as he consoled. Junior, you're only 16 years old and already at the second-level crystal formation realm. This speed is already very fast. When 7th Prince was at your age, he was at most spirit condensation realm. You're way stronger than him. This sort of thing like raising realm can't be rushed. It's best to proceed steadily step by step. In plus Howren's view, Yi Yuan had such accomplishments at a young age. He surely considered himself to be self-important. Yet he suffered a blow from 7th Prince today. This was likely very hard for Yi Yuan to accept. If Yi Yuan ruined his foundation because he rushed to break through realms, that would be losing the main goal because of small gains. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much for Senior's concern. I have a sense of propriety." Plus Howren only relaxed after seeing that Yi Yuan's eyes had regained tranquility. He said, "You recover from your injuries first. After 2 days, I'll introduce the other fellow apprentices for you to get to know." Yi Yuan nodded and did not say anything else. On the second day, Yi Yuan was notified to gather at the main hall. By the time he reached, there were already 6 to 7 people there. Each one of them sized up Yi Yuan curiously. Yi Yuan was also sizing them up curiously. Barring no accidents, these few people should be those new seniors of his. At this time, plus Howren also accompanied Star Abyss and slowly walked out. "Master!" Everyone greeted in unison. Yi Yuan naturally could not be a maverick. He could only bow along. Star Abyss nodded slightly and opened his mouth to say, "I believe that you're all aware Master accepted a new disciple yesterday. It's Ji Qing. Come, you all get to know each other." Howren, give an introduction. Plus Howren came to the center of everyone and said to Ji Qing, "Come, I'll introduce to you a few seniors. This fatso is your second senior brother, Tang Ji." Yi Yuan said, "Ji Qing has seen second senior brother." That fatty laughed and said, "Junior brother is indeed a fine-looking man. I heard that you were actually able to reach the legendary realm. Truly remarkable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not at all. It was all luck yesterday." Plus Howren smiled as he dragged a blue plus RT youth over, introducing, "This is your third senior brother, Yu Guang." Yi Yuan similarly gave a bow. Yu Guang smiled and said, "Junior brother is already a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster at such a young age. I think that in the future you'll surely surpass your predecessors." Yi Yuan went along with a smile. Next was the 4th senior brother Zhu Liang, 5th senior brother Qing Su, 6th senior brother Jiang Yu, as well as 7th senior brother Wu Huilong. There were actually 3 alchemy kings among these 7 people and 4 high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. The might of these few people were clear at a glance. Li Daohong's lineage, while few in numbers, each one was able to hold a front. But through plus Howren's introduction, only 3rd senior brother Yu Guang held a position in the Alchemist Association among these 7 people. The rest had been following Star Abyss all along to cultivate and did not mingle with secular affairs. Seemed like this Star Abyss had quite the attainments in this aspect of teaching disciples. When plus Howren finished the introductions, Star Abyss suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You all don't look at how number 8's age is younger than yours. His alchemy strength is stronger than all of you. In the future, if you have any queries in alchemy that you don't understand, feel free to consult him." What? Consult little junior brother? Master, isn't this statement used a little incorrectly? said number 4, Zhu Liang. Yeah, master. Not that we're looking down on little junior brother, but we've followed you for so many years and have more or less learned some smatterings. It can't be to such an extent where we can't even match little junior brother, right? Number 7 Wu Huilong was evidently quite reluctant to yield. Star Abyss narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Your little junior brother had a fortuitous encounter before entering my tutelage. His alchemy abilities are unfathomable, more than ample to be half your teacher. You all don't have to make such a huge fuss over nothing and don't need to argue with me either. Those who are unwilling to submit can very well challenge him. Of course, his age is young. You guys don't use cultivation realm to bully him. S.H.I. plus Howren and second senior brother Tang Ji were still alright. But the other people's faces more or less had a hint of unnatural expression. Clearly, they begged to differ on Star Abyss's words. Yi Yuan's performance yesterday in the Grand Pill Assembly, they had already heard a little to some extent. But what one heard might be false, while what one saw would be real. Yi Yuan was definitely remarkable, but it was also not remarkable to the extent where he could be their teacher, right? Yi Yuan kept quiet the entire time, but he had already cursed Star Abyss's predecessors countless times over in his heart. This old punk actually made him help him teach his disciples without even giving him a heads-up, asking an alchemy emperor to help guide his disciples. To think that this fellow could do it. Seemed like this old punk also came around a little and wanted to exploit his value. Sigh. Who asked him to owe this old fellow such a great favor? Yesterday, Yi Yuan already reached a consensus with Star Abyss. Star Abyss would help him inquire about his fellow apprentice's news. If there was a possibility, Star Abyss would directly make a move to get that person out. Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was not suited to get people, but Star Abyss was different. And body would suspect him. With Star Abyss making a move, wanting to rescue his fellow apprentices should be much easier. Seniors, don't listen to Master talking rubbish. If there are any queries, we fellow apprentices should have more exchanges. Everybody improve together, Yi Yuan said modestly. These few people's expressions only became slightly better after hearing Yi Yuan's words. They were all people who were hundreds of years old. Asking them to consult a little child, they really could not quite get past their psychological barrier. Star Abyss opened his mouth again at this time to say calmly, There's also an incident that happened yesterday. His Highness, the 7th Prince, actually almost killed number 8 in our Qixia mountain. This made me very displeased. Looks like our alchemist A.S. Association has been amicable for far too long. And body takes us seriously anymore. SSS. There's actually such a thing? Zhao Qinggan, this person is very overbearing. This really seems like something he would do. Looks like Master, his elderly self, is going to fly off the handle this time. It's been so long since I saw Master go wild. Really looking forward to it. Indeed, Star Abyss said slowly, from today onwards, the Alchemist A's Association and my Dao Yen lineage will stop helping everyone from the imperial family to refine medicinal pills, and we will carry out an all-around sanction on them. Chapter 399 Jin Huanjin was the Swift Wind Guard's high-level commander, a Soul Sea Realm expert. These few days, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, mobilized the troop. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. Jin Huanjin was the Swift Wind Guard's high-level commander, a Soul Sea Realm expert. These few days, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, mobilized the troop. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. This team that Jin Huanjin commanded was about to set off for the front lines very soon. When soldiers go out to battle, medicinal pills and weapons naturally could not be dispensed with. Especially medicinal pills. It was far too important to a team. The quant. 1. Tie and quality of medicinal pills concerned their survival rate and ability to sustain in battle. A few days ago, the swift wind guards ordered a batch of medicinal pills from the Alchemist Association. And today, it was precisely the date to collect the medicinal pills. Jin Huanjin came to the Alchemist Association to find Yang Xiu but was stopped by his disciple outside the door. "Oh, Linny, huh? How have you been recently?" Jin Huanjin frequently had dealings with Yang Xiu. He was naturally very familiar with his eldest disciple, Lin Yi. If it were before, Lin Yi would have bowed and greeted long ago. But today, his nose turned up towards the skies, looking like he could not see anyone. "Master is currently refining pills. If there's something, come back another day," Lin Yi said very coldly. Jin Huanjin's brows furrowed, and he was rather unhappy in his heart. Putting aside the fact that his relations Hi+P with Yang Xiu was not shallow, he was the Alchemist Association's big moneybag. Why was this Lin Yi's words today so smelly and hard? "And Elder Yang and I have made an arrangement long ago to come and collect medicinal pills today. Why would he just happen to be refining pills?" Jin Huanjin said with a frown. "How should I know? I only know that Master made me guard here and not let some random Hi+*TTY people come and interrupt his pill refinement." Jin Huanjin's face darkened. He said unhappily, "What are you saying, Lin Yi? Elder Yang and I are old friends. I'm also some random *TTY person? Like this, you go in and inform him. Just say that I came. It's impossible that he won't see me." Lin Yi was similarly displeased as he said, "Master is at the crucial moment of pill refinement. How can he be interrupted? If anything goes wrong with his pill refinement, can you shoulder this responsibility?" "You. Good, very good. Wait until I see Elder Yang. I'm going to ask him if I, Jin Huanjin, am some random *TTY person. Isn't he refining pills? I'll just wait here today." Jin Huanjin was furious to the extreme and decided to dawdle with this Lin Yi. But to really let him barge inside, he still did not have that gall. The Alchemist Association had the entire fierce Gale world's best alchemists. Furthermore, they were independent of the Wind Emperor's jurisdiction. And body dared to provoke them. Lin Yi said that Yang Xiu was refining pills. If it really was some important medicinal pill, Jin Huanjin really could not bear the responsibilities. Even in the fierce Gale world where alchemy skills were undeveloped, while Jin Huanjin and Yang Xiu were both Soul Sea realms, Yang Xiu's status was much higher than his. But Lin Yi said indifferently, "Go ahead." Finished talking, Lin Yi ignored Jin Huanjin and let him be. In a twinkle of an eye, 8 hours passed. There was no activity inside at all. Jin Huanjin paced about nonstop. Clearly, he was very restless and angry. He also did not know what was wrong with this Lin Yi today. The latter was purposely setting himself against him. He had waited here for many hours, but not only was there no cup of tea at all, Lin Yi even got people to remove all the chairs. Simple, outrageous. Although to a Soul Sea realm martial artist, standing for a couple of hours completely did not matter, this sort of contemptuous feel made him feel immense humiliation. Hard work did not let down the faithful. When the skies turned dark, Yang Xiu finally came out from the pill refinement room. Jin Huanjin was overjoyed when he saw the situation and immediately switched to a smiley face as he went up to greet Yang Xiu. He said, "Elder Yang, this Jin has waited for you for a long time. You finally came out." Yang Xiu smiled and said, "Oh, so it's Huanjin, huh? Looking for me for?" Jin Huanjin was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Logically speaking, refining pills for such a long time, the alchemist's soul force consumption would be tremendous. Even if it was not some important medicinal pill, it should also be somewhat exhausting. But Yang Xiu was full of spirit and energy, completely without the sense of any fatigue. Could this Lin Yi be lying to him? Right away, Jin Huanjin probed with a sentence. Elder Yang, were you refining pills earlier? Yang Xiu said puzzledly. Refining pill? Not at all. I was researching some stuff in the pill refinement room. While researching, I lost track of time. To think that the sky already became dark. Jin Huanjin gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Elder Yang, not that this Jin likes to rat on others, but this disciple of yours, Lin Yi, looks down on people way too much. When I came to find you, he actually said that you were refining pills, causing this Jin to wait bitterly outside for 8 hours. Jin Huanjin poured out all the bitter water in his stomach and totally thought that Yang Xiu would reprimand Lin Yi fiercely. But the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. Yang Xiu looked at Lin Yi and asked, You told him that I was refining pills? Lin Yi nodded and said, Yes. The conversation progressed until here. Jin Huanjin was already prepared to watch the show by the side when Yang Xiu's following words nearly made him vomit a mouthful of old blood. Only to see Yang Xiu slowly turned his head to Jin Huanjin and said, Oh, like that, huh? It's this old man who remembered wrongly just now. I was indeed refining medicinal pills the entire day. Sigh, getting old, becoming useless. If there's anything, find me tomorrow. I have to head back to rest. Jin Huanjin's eyes became wide as saucers as he looked at Yang Xiu and did not recover for a long time. All the way until Yang Xiu left did he suddenly awaken and hastily chased after. Wait a minute, Elder Yang. Wait a minute, Elder Yang. Jin Huanjin yelled out. Yang Xiu said impatiently, Oh Huanjin, today's already very late. If there's anything, talk again tomorrow. Jin Huanjin panicked as he said, Don't be like this, Elder Yang. The army is about to set out right away. I really can't afford to delay. Elder Yang, that batch of medicinal pills of mine, is it? Medicinal pills? What medicinal pills? Yang Xiu said with a blank face. Seeing Yang Xiu's expression, Jin Huanjin's heart palpitated. He hastily reminded, 10 days ago, didn't we agree to order a batch of medicinal pill from you? Is there such a thing? Why am I unaware? Old brother, recently, our A.S. Association's orders are seriously too many. I can't even manage it on my side. How about you wait a while longer? Yang Xiu reminded with good intentions. Jin Huanjin was perfectly clear that Yang Xiu was deliberately troubling him here. But he was also utterly confused. He did not know how in the world he offended this mighty G.O.D. Yang Xiu's status in the Alchemist A.S. Association was exceedingly high. Jin Huanjin could not afford to offend. He could only urge, Elder Yang, you're clearly aware that our army is about to set off in a few days now. We can't afford to wait. Yang Xie spread his 2 hands out and said, Then there's no way about it. I'm really swamped over on this side. How about, old brother, you seek someone more qualified? Jin Huanjin cursed in his heart but had no choice but to ask cautiously. He said, Elder Yang, I don't know how little brother offended your elderly self. How about you express it a little? Yang Xiu chuckled and said, Not at all, not at all. Old brother, you're really thinking too much. I'm really busy over here. Alright, not talking anymore. My head is dizzy from refining pills. Heading back first to rest. The same scene played out everywhere in the alchemist capital. Chapter 400. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the Swift Wind Guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the Swift Wind Guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. Old Jean, do you think that these group of people from the Alchemist A.S. Association went nuts? They don't want to earn glimmering high-grade essence crystals. Is this shredding all pretenses of cordiality with us? Asked a commander bitterly. Jin Huanjin was also green in the face and in dismal. Yeah. Old Jean, among us, you're the one with the oldest qualifications. You got to come up with an idea. We're about to set off right away. If we don't have the guarantee of this batch of medicinal pills, what will we use to fight with the endless world martial artists? Said another commander. Old Jean, do you think they detest that the essence crystals we gave are too few, and they wish to take this opportunity to viciously extort a sum from us? Jean Huanjin was vexed in his heart and waved his hand, saying, all right, stop making noise. Tomorrow morning, I'll go and test Yang Xiu's waters. I keep feeling that this matter isn't that simple. Everyone, calm your horses down first. I'll go back and rest. Wait for my news tomorrow. The second day, early in the morning, Jean Huanjin directly cut Yang Xiu off at his residence. Elder Yang, we have worked together for so many years. You also know that this batch of medicinal pills concerns the life and death of our brothers. You can't wash your hands off this matter. Jean Huanjin said with a grimace. Why is it you again, old brother? Didn't I tell you, I'm really too busy recently. I really don't have time to help you guys refine medicinal pills. Yang Xiu similarly had a grimace. Jean Huanjin grabbed hold of Yang Xiu's sleeves and actually kneeled down directly. Old brother, what are you doing here? Yang Xiu said with an astonished look. Old brother, I, Jean Huanjin, am throwing out this old face today. If this batch of medicinal pill can't be obtained and His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, investigates this, I, old Jean, am still dead. Old brother, you can't stand aside and watch me die. Jean Huanjin was just short of sniveling in tears. Yang Xiu gave a sigh and said, Old brother, it's really not that old brother is not helping you, but can't help you. Jean Huanjin's heart stirred. He still had a weeping face as he asked, Old brother, where did younger brother, I offend you? You just say it out. But you can't wash your hands off this matter no matter what. Yang Xiu's eyebrows twitched and he let out a sigh again and said, Old brother Jean, our friends. I+P doesn't need me to say any more. You know it in your heart. But this time, old brother Jean, I really can't help you. I'll give you an explanation. But you must make sure not to sell me out. Jean Huanjin's heart nearly jumped out. He hurriedly said, Old brother, just say. If I sell old brother out, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yang Xiu nodded and said slowly, Actually, it's this. Meaning. Yang Xiu extended out a finger and pointed at the sky. Jean Huanjin's expression changed. Although Yang Xiu did not say it explicitly, the meaning was already very clear. Who else was there above Yang Xiu? It could only be Sovereign Star Abyss. If it was like this, then the problem was huge. Although Sovereign Star Abyss's strength was not on the same level as His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, their statuses did not differ too much. This. Old brother, just what reason is it, to actually make the Lord carry out such a decision? Jean Huanjin asked in shock. Yang Xiu sighed and said, To be able to let the Lord carry out such a decision, it's naturally because somebody touched his reverse scale and offended his elderly self. All right, I can only talk until here. I can't say any more. Once that Lord flares his temper, and body can withstand it. Jean Huanjin seemed to have recalled something terrifying, his face revealing terror. There was such a thing? That old man looks pretty amiable. To think that he's so scary when he flies off the handle. Yi Yuan was quite surprised. Third senior brother Yu Guang had an antic 1p-ating look as he said, Isn't that so? Back then, even eldest senior brother hadn't entered tutelage yet. Not a single person in the entire capital was unaware of this matter. It was just that body dared to talk about it. Master was so awe-inspiring. He directly flew up to the royal palace and stood in midair, provokingly challenging His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. The third prince was forced by Lord Master to commit suicide. From start to finish, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, did not show his face. In truth, that was already a form of yielding. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Such a disgraceful matter. How could the Wind Emperor possibly make an appearance? The third prince coming out to commit suicide appeased Star Abyss's fury and also preserved the royal family's face. It was counted as a better ending. Back then, S.H.I. plus Howren had not entered his tutelage yet. Star Abyss took in a disciple. The result was that he clashed with the third prince and was killed by the third prince. Star Abyss was furious when he heard the news and directly charged up to the royal palace's city walls and forced the third prince to commit suicide. Ever since then, the name of Star Abyss being protective of his people became utterly resounding in the capital. These 2 days, Yi Yuan had been guiding his few seniors constantly and became rather idle. Of course, this was also not something that could be accomplished in one stroke. Among the few seniors, the most unwilling to acquiesce was third senior brother Yu Guang. He challenged Yi Yuan using exchange as the reason. The result was that he was utterly convinced with his loss. Ever since then, the seniors no longer doubted Star Abyss's words. These 2 days, quite a few seniors came to Yi Yuan's place to consult him on some problems. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them either. The answers that he gave were all very exquisite. After the seniors went back to appreciate it in detail, they actually felt that it was even more exquisite than what Master Star Abyss said, and even more profound and simpler to understand. Although these few disciples that Star Abyss took on were different in personalities, they were all honest and frank people. Not only were they not jealous of Yi Yuan, but they also took him to be a good mentor and helpful friend instead. Speaking of which, they inherited the same ideology and behavior as that fellow Li Daohang. Different from happy thoughts on Yi Yuan's side, Seventh Prince's side descended into extreme chaos. These few days, storms raged in the capital. Everyone and everything were in a chaotic mess, investigating the matter of why Star Abyss would target the royal family. Other people did not know why, but he was all too clear. He initially thought that it was not something of a big deal. He did not kill Yi Yuan in the end as well. S.H.I. plus Howren would not do anything to him. But he forgot that there was still an even more terrifying sovereign Star Abyss above S.H.I. plus Howren. As a matter of fact, Zhao Qinggan had already forgotten the third prince's matter. At that time, he wasn't even born yet. Although he heard some extent of it later on, he did not take it to heart. All the way until the news of the alchemist A.S. Association sanctioning the royal family spread over, only then Zhao Qinggan was shocked, recalling the incident of the third prince being forced to commit suicide. These 2 days, he was in a constant state of anxiety. After thinking it over and over again, Zhao Qinggan finally still decided to go and find His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to admit his wrong. Within the deep and serene palace, it was void of people. Zhao Qinggan stood in the great hall but felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him. This child, Zhao Qinggan, requests to meet royal father. Zhao Qinggan forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "What is it?" A voice came over serenely from the depths of the palace as if it sounded out from the underworld. "This child. Zhao Qinggan kneeled onto the ground with a slam and said nervously, "This child deserves death. The matter with the alchemist A.S. Association was caused by this child. I beg royal father to mete out punishment." There was no reply. Only Zhao Qinggan's breathing sound was left in the entire great hall. Chapter 401. Zhao Qinggan's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. Zhao Qinggan's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. He felt like his own heart was about to explode. In the silence, every second felt like a year to Zhao Qinggan. "I already know." That cold voice sounded out again. Zhao Qinggan's entire body shuddered. Cold sweat already drenched his entire body. "Please mete out punishment, father. I didn't think. This was a test that this emperor gave you. For you to be able to arrive here, you've already passed," said the test. When Zhao Qinggan heard these words, He felt like his divine soul was about to leave his body. No words were more pleasant to the ears than these few words. As the fierce Gale World's sole boundless realm powerhouse, even a fool knew the Wind Emperor's terror. But Zhao Qinggan was even more deeply aware that the Wind Emperor's terror was not just strength. This person himself was the most terrifying. "Thank you, Royal Father," Zhao Qinggan said agitatedly. "Don't be in a rush to give thanks. This matter was incited by you. You think of a way to resolve it. Even I don't wish to provoke old man Star Abyss. You actually dare to yank his beard." Although he sounded calm, Zhao Qinggan could hear the Wind Emperor's fury. "Yes, this child knows his mistake. Royal Father, please point out the right path." Zhao Qinggan perspired heavily. "You! Go think about it yourself. This is also a test for you. Alright, take your leave." When the voice faded, there wasn't any sound in the Great Hall anymore. Coming out from the Great Hall, it was like Zhao Qinggan had experienced a life-and-death great battle. His entire person was like he was lugged out from the waters, utterly drenched. Returning to his residence, Zhao Qinggan secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Fortunately, he did not harbor any hopes of chance in his heart and admitted his fault to Royal Father. Or else, his outcome would surely be very tragic. The Wind Emperor had never had any consciousness of the saying, "A vicious tiger would not eat its cubs" towards his own sons. He also never had a compa, as cyanate heart. He caused such a major problem this time, and it was even at the critical juncture of the great army moving out. If this matter could not be settled nicely, he would still die very horribly. Thinking up to here, Zhao Qinggan could not help getting a headache. Just what should he do to make that old fellow, Star Abyss, rescind the sanctions on the royal family? These few days, Zhao Qinggan more or less understood Star Abyss's personality through many inquiries. This old man was normally still very amiable. But once you touched his reverse scale, his terror was that even the Wind Emperor could not withstand it. Very clearly, he had already touched his reverse scale. Zhao Qinggan's thought involuntarily turned to Yi Yuan. Could it be that he really had to apologize to that punk? But the moment he thought of Yi Yuan's haughty look, Zhao Qinggan shrunk back again. He felt that even if he went to apologize, Yi Yuan definitely would not accept it either. Just how should this be gone about doing? In a blink, an entire night passed. Zhao Qinggan sat there woodenly for a night without moving a single muscle. The skies were about to brighten when Zhao Qinggan suddenly clenched his fists and stood up all at once, seemingly like he made some sort of resolution. It was already daytime. The streams of people in the central capital streets were bustling about. It was forever that busy. All of a sudden, everyone dropped whatever they were doing and turned to look towards a direction, only to see a young man bearing his upper body, carrying a bundle of thorns on his back, and walking forward step by step. This sort of thing that cut a wide swath was not frequently seen in the capital. It naturally drew the eyes of many people. What's this person doing? What's he carrying a bundle of thorns on his back for? Is he sick? Those are sawtooth tree branches. The branches are covered in blades. Having it wrapped around the body, sinking into the flesh, is not much worse off than getting 1,000 cuts. Shoo! Do you want to die? That is His Highness, the 7th Prince. My God, who could make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do such a thing to admit fault and ask for punishment? Doesn't he wish to live any more? Who knows about this kind thing? The 7th Prince is the person most likely to inherit the great position of the Wind Emperor. The person able to make him do such a thing is bound to be extremely formidable. Looking at the direction he's walking in, it should be Qixia Mountain. Only that Lord has the qualifications to make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do this sort of thing like carrying a rod and asking for punishment. You're saying, Sovereign Star Abyss? What did His Highness, the 7th Prince, do? To actually provoke and enrage that Lord? That isn't what you and I can know. The people surrounding to watch were getting increasingly more. There was already an extremely large procession following behind Zhao Qinggan. But they all know the seventh prince's prowess. They just followed far away and did not dare to get too close, while Zhao Qinggan himself looked steadily ahead, walking in the direction of Qixia Mountain step by step. By the time he walked to the foot of the mountain, there was already a sea of people behind him. One would be unable to see the end with a glance. Ji Qing, seventh Prince Zhao Qinggan, came bearing a rod today to ask you for punishment. Zhao Qinggan enunciated each word, and he actually directly kneeled down. His voice, Zhao Qinggan, revolved essence energy fully. The entire Qixia Mountain should be able to hear it. Behind him, the crowd let out a huge hubbub. The exalted seventh prince, His Highness, actually kneeled down. Who is Ji Qing? I've never heard that there was such a character in our central capital. I haven't heard of him before as well. Doesn't Sovereign Star Abyss only have 7 disciples? There doesn't seem to be Ji Qing this character, right? Ignorant and ill-informed. A few days ago, the Xiao family and Tong family organized the Grand Pill Assembly. Originally, the Xiao family's defeat was already set. It was precisely this Ji Qing who turned the raging tides, defeating the Tong family's #1 genius, Tong Wenchang, saving the Xiao family. Furthermore, this Ji Qing did not win by a narrow margin, but he crushed Tong Wenchang in an overwhelming manner until he could not even lift his head. I heard that he is already locked up by the Tong family and completely became an invalid. Ah, there was such a thing? I was just saying that recently, the Tong family's shops increased anew again. Such a major incident actually happened. Like this Ji Qing is truly a character. Could it be? That's right. He's already taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss under his tutelage, becoming his 8th disciple. But why is His Highness the 7th Prince doing such a thing to apologize to this Ji Qing? That I don't know. TSK, the dignified Wind Emperor's successor actually suffered such an unprecedented shame. The days to come in the capital will probably be very fun. On top of Qixia Mountain, Hauran looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "Little junior brother, this move from Master is really ruthless. It actually forced the arrogant 7th Prince to this state." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "He has body but himself to blame for it." Hauran nodded, firmly agreeing. Yi Yuan had already explained the entire course of the incident to everyone. Making a move to kill somebody due to a single word of disagreement, only a person like the 7th Prince could do it. Except, if he killed some people, then he killed them. But there were some people who were not those he could afford to offend. This punk deserves it. But when are you planning on going down, little junior brother? Asked the plump second senior brother Tang Ji with a laugh. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "What's the hurry? Let him kneel for a while first. Let's discuss alchemy skills in depth first." Chapter 402. Time slowly trickled past. Zhao Qinggan's face became progressively darker. Time slowly trickled past. Zhao Qinggan's face became progressively darker. He had already kneeled for a full 6 hours. Qixia Mountain's gates were still tightly shut. There wasn't even a person who came out to say hello. He was the dignified 7th Prince. Wasn't Qixia Mountain this group of people taking him too lightly? Zhao Qinggan really wanted to stomp off right now and then gather the Swift Wind Guards to come and slaughter all of these guys. But when he thought of the Wind Emperor's faint voice, a gust of cool air welled up from the bottom of his heart, instantly extinguished. Plusing all of the flames. Bearing the rod to come and ask for punishment was something that he made the painful decision to do after he thought for one night. Before coming, he already planned out well. No matter how much humiliation he suffered today, he had to push through it. Yet, when it really came down to it, he had no choice but to admit how great the difficulty was. His Highness, the seventh prince, has already kneeled here for many hours. The skies are almost turning dark soon. I heard that the Lord's personality is very nice. What on earth did he do to make that Lord on Chisha Mountain become so enraged? He ignorant and ill-informed much? That Lord's personality is pretty good, but once he truly becomes furious, even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has to make a concession. Oh? Is there still some story in between this? That person briefly summarized the third prince's incident and said, "My guess is that seventh prince likely had a conflict with that person called Ji Qing and nearly killed him. There was actually such a thing. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Seventh prince is famously tyrannical in the capital and frequently kills people because of some small issue. But this time, he kicked a metal plate." You can say that again. There had never been a lack of meddlesome people in this world. No matter how long Zhao Qinggan kneeled there, they would crowd around to watch. After several hours, Paas said, everyone pretty much guessed the entire sequence of events. Zhao Qinggan tried his best not to listen to these discussions. But the sounds of these comments still barged inside his ears ceaselessly, making it even more tormenting for him. If not because today's matter was of utmost importance, he would definitely explode and kill people. Right at this time, a 16 to 17-year-old Azure SHI plus RT youth appeared in everyone's sight. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Zhao Qinggan, stretched his waist, and gave a yawn as he asked with a curious look, Isn't this His Highness, the seventh prince? What are you doing here? Zhao Qinggan forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and said solemnly, This Zhao Qinggan specially came here to admit his fault and ask for punishment. Young Master Ji, please inflict punishment. As he said, Zhao Qinggan pulled out a thorn from his back and delivered it before Yi Yuan with both hands. Yi Yuan received the thorn rather playfully and asked with a smile, What fault does your highness have? Ji Qing doesn't quite get it. That day, didn't your highness say that those who oppose you are all already dead? I wonder how your highness can seek the forgiveness of a dead person? That day, it was this little prince who was momentarily muddled and offended young Master Ji. So today, I specially came here to apologize and seek punishment. Zhao Qinggan was long prepared for this and answered. Oh, like this, huh? Your highness is unsurpassably overbearing. I wonder if I'll die in the streets tomorrow after I forgive you today? Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. Zhao Qinggan was secretly alarmed. He really had this thought. He was prepared to find a chance to finish Yi Yuan off after this matter blows over. Of course, he would not make a move himself. There were too many ways to kill people. Personally, making a move to kill people was naturally the dumbest method, getting stench all over yourself for nothing. Who would have thought that his idea was seen through by Yi Yuan at a glance? What is young Master Ji talking about? This little prince really sees through his error. That's why I'm apologizing today with such a serious attitude about this matter. I was truly too reckless on that day. It will never happen again in the future. Zhao Qinggan hurriedly said. Is that so? I've just arrived here and don't really have any enemies in the capital yet. So, if anything happens to me in the future, this liability will be counted on your highness's head. Zhao Qinggan was full of hatred in his heart. Who said that you did not have enemies? You just offended the entire Tong family a couple of days back, all right? These words from Yi Yuan was clearly borrowing his influence to suppress the Tong family. Furthermore, whoever Yi Yuan provoked in the capital later on, he even had to make an appearance to settle it. What the hell was this? But at this critical juncture, Zhao Qinggan had to swallow it too, even if his teeth were shattered. That's of course. As long as anything happens of young Master Ji in the capital, it can all be counted on my head. At that time, I'll apologize for my crime with death. Zhao Qinggan clenched his teeth and said, Such a major incident, It was naturally impossible for those surrounding and watching to be ordinary martial artists. There were bound to be many people from large families and large influences among them. Him making such a promise in front of so many people was virtually pinning a death exemption medallion on Yi Yuan. No matter how large these factions were, how many dared to oppose the Wind Emperor? Even if the seventh prince could not represent the Wind Emperor, and even if the seventh prince lost such a tremendous amount of face today, he was still the strongest among the princes, and also the person with the greatest likelihood of inheriting the position of Wind Emperor. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "There are so many people here today. Everybody be a witness. This small life of mine is all in the hands of His Highness, the seventh prince. If one day any mishap happens to me, Ji Qing, it cannot be free of relation with His Highness, the seventh prince." Obviously, no one dared to really answer. But Yi Yuan did not need their response. His objective was already accomplished when Zhao Qinggan said these words. "Haha, looks like your highness is indeed 100% sincere. I, Ji Qing, naturally can't fail to appreciate kindness as well. Please return, your highness. This matter will end here," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Qinggan said hesitatingly, "Young Master Ji then. The medicinal pill matter." "Medicinal pill? What medicinal pill?" Yi Yuan asked with a puzzled look. Zhao Qinggan was fuming inwardly. He did not believe that Yi Yuan was unaware of the Alchemist A.S. Association's sanctions on the royal family. He was feigning ignorance right now. But, in front of so many people, he could not say it too obviously either. He was stifled until internal injuries were about to erupt. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would invite him in to talk. Who knew that Yi Yuan made him return right away? "Haha, and nothing," Zhao Qinggan said embarrassingly. "Oh, nothing, huh? Then I'll head back first, your highness. Seniors are still waiting for me to learn alchemy," Yi Yuan said with a beam, as if he and Zhao Qinggan were friends. Haha, go ahead, go ahead." Zhao Qinggan did not know if this was considered completing the mission either. He also did not know what Yi Yuan planned on doing. His heart was still palpitating with uneasiness. If Star Abyss did not withdraw the sanctions, it would still be hard for him to escape death. After returning to the mountain, the group of seniors gave a round of fierce praises to Yi Yuan. Little junior brother isn't old, but you're extremely adept in handling things. I think after that Zhao Qinggan goes back, he'll also have no appetite. One tea for food and drinks these 2 days. Hauren said with a big laugh. Yeah. That Zhao Qinggan is used to being rampant and domineering. Today, he lost face all the way home and even had to gift little junior brother a death exemption medallion. It's truly losing one's wife as well as one's soldiers. Yu Guang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not at all. This matter is still ultimately Master's sanctions. That's impressive." Chapter 403 Hehe. It's true that Master's sanctions are formidable, but the way little junior brother dealt with things magnified the battle results to the extreme. Not only did it eliminate the hidden danger of the Tong family, it even supplemented a death exemption medallion for yourself. Truly impressive. Second senior brother Tangji said with a laugh. Hehe, it's true that Master's sanctions are formidable, but the way little junior brother dealt with things magnified the battle results to the extreme. Not only did it eliminate the hidden danger of the Tong family, it even supplemented a death exemption medallion for yourself. Truly impressive. Second senior brother Tangji said with a laugh. Haha, second senior brother is too kind. I was also just claiming some interest. I didn't think that this seventh prince could actually endure such humiliation for an important goal and doing such a thing like bearing thorns to ask for punishment, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. And it was indeed contrary to all expectations. That child knows when to yield and when not to, and his martial strength is also extremely formidable. Indeed, not what the other princes can compare to. absolutely the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person. Barring no accidents, the next Wind Emperor is very likely to be him. Hence, you should still be more careful in the future, little junior brother, in case this boy uses some underhanded tricks. S.H.I. plus Howren warned him. The incident this time also let everyone have a brand new understanding of Zhao Qinggan. The high and mighty Wind Emperor's successor actually did this sort of self-belittling thing, making entire capital drop their GLA. SSES. But thinking about it carefully, this method of doing things was the best way to handle things at present. Even if Yi Yuan was way less understanding of what was good or bad for him, it was also not possible to let this sanction carry on. Otherwise, the Qixia mountain lineage would also become unreasonable even with justification. With Zhao Qinggan's status, doing everything to this step was already his limits. If Yi Yuan still refused to budge, that was being unappreciative. If the royal family and the alchemist A.S. association, these two giants, really ruptured completely, neither side could bear the consequences. At that time, the one who would be put in an awkward situation would not be the Wind Emperor but Star Abyss himself. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan's way of handling things was grasped perfectly. It could gain the greatest benefits and also reflect a magnanimous heart. As for Zhao Qinggan's apology, Yi Yuan simply paid no attention to it at all. How could he possibly be deceived by this sort of superficial act? The more sincere Zhao Qinggan's apology was, the more intense his hatred towards him. This sort of high and lofty ambitious fierce person would never feel that they were wrong. Rest assured, eldest senior brother. I have a score in my heart. Oh right, seniors, from today onwards, I'm going to enter seclusion for a month and won't be able to expound on the alchemy path with seniors anymore, Yi Yuan said. And? Entering a retreat so soon? Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to enter seclusion, the few people felt a great sense of loss in their hearts. These few days, they truly reaped no little benefits by exchanging knowledge together with Yi Yuan. There were even more gains compared to listening to Star Abyss preaching the Tao. Carrying on at this speed, them having some breakthrough in alchemy were inevitable. But Yi Yuan actually entered seclusion at this time. They were naturally quite reluctant to let go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yes, I sense that I'm about to break through, so I've decided to enter a retreat to pour all my efforts into breaking through realms." Like that, eh? All right then, S.H.I. plus Howren said. Yi Yuan returned to his own residence. A streak of white silhouette suddenly salt towards him. The white silhouette's speed was exceedingly quickly. Yi Yuan was actually unable to evade with his movement technique. Violent blaze transforming dragon. In a hurry, Yi Yuan execute a violent blaze transforming dragon, colliding together with the white silhouette. Bang! The white silhouette directly flew out, while Yi Yuan also fell back 2 steps from the enormous collision force. But Yi Yuan was not astonished. He became overjoyed instead and said, "White light, you actually broke through." "Why yes, big brother." A slightly choppy and tender voice transmitted into Yi Yuan's mind. It was universal beast language. "And? Have you unlocked your inherited memories?" Yi Yuan was astonished again. "Yes." This time, white light was clearly way smoother when talking. "Haha. You brat, your breakthrough speed is too rapid. It's almost catching up to this young master." Seeing white light open his mouth to speak, Yi Yuan was also very glad. White light smiled and said, "Big brother, you're the real freak. Your breakthrough speed is too fast, completely without bottlenecks. And? Just a few-year-old little kid, you're actually calling me big brother?" Yi Yuan said huffily. "If I don't call you big brother, what do I call you then? I don't want to call you master. Proud divine beasts will never become a human's lackey." White light raised his tiger head with a prideful look. Yi Yuan was also tickled by his appearance and said with a smile, "I didn't ask you to call me master. But I can be your uncle with my age, right?" Come, call uncle and let me hear. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, White Light nearly stumbled to the ground. He said sulkily, "Knock it off. Don't you humans all address each other using cultivation realms? Now that I broke through to Tier 3 as well, what's wrong with calling you Big Brother?" This really does seem to be the case. Fine. Big Brother then. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he inquired, "Oh, right, do you know your origins now that you unlocked your inherited memories?" Yi Yuan was very curious about White Light's origin. He was clearly a descendant of the flowing light white tiger, yet he had treasure-seeking abilities. It was too weird. But White Light shook his head and said, "Don't know. I only unlocked a very small portion of inherited memories. The rest are still sealed and completely can't be opened up yet." Yi Yuan said disappointedly, "Like this, that's too bad. If we know your origin, we can maybe suit our methods to your situation. Who knows, you might be able to break through to Divine Beast Realm." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, White Light was also quite disappointed. Yi Yuan suddenly asked again, "Then, what kind of inherited memories have you awakened? Let's have a look." To divine beasts, inherited memories were something extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, they would never tell it to humans. But ever since the death of his mother, White Light treated Yi Yuan as his only kin. Or else, he would also not have fought Zhao Qinggan to the death under the situation where he was aware he could not contend with him to protect Yi Yuan. All some random and messy stuff, such as this kind of thing like the universal beast language. To say the most useful one, it will be a cultivation method that was awakened. But it's only to the 3rd level too, White Light said. And what kind of cultivation method? Yi Yuan asked curiously. White Tiger Dark Light Divine Art. White Light said. It's actually a divine art, Yi Yuan said in astonishment. Although Yi Yuan also cultivated in a divine art, this did not mean that divine arts were common wares. The birth of each divine art would stir up a bloody struggle in the divine realm. But a little white tiger that Yi Yuan found in the lower realms actually had a divine art in his inherited memories. This was too inconceivable. Although Yi Yuan had not heard of this set of divine art, its power was beyond all doubt. Yeah, I didn't know it myself, but actually I've already started cultivating this divine art long ago. It's actually like a part of my body, White Light said. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something and could not help being greatly astonished as he said, "Could it be that, when you swallowed those medicinal pills, your body automatically revolved the White Tiger Dark Light Divine Art?" White Light nodded and said, "Yes." Yi Yuan's expression became peculiar. "Then the 3rd level that you awakened, it's not that. You can also raise your realm by swallowing medicinal pills, right?" White Light had an innocent face as he said with a frank nod, "Big Brother is indeed incredible. Guessing it in one try. I guess. Your head Yi Yuan forcefully stifled back a swear word. Chapter 404 Eating Medicinal Pills and Sleeping, Raising Realm Unconsciously. Eating medicinal pills and sleeping, raising realm unconsciously. This was the cultivation process that so many martial artists dreamt about. But even if Yi Yuan's cultivation did not have bottlenecks, it was also not possible to reach such a state. Cultivation was like sailing against the current, either advance or regress. On the matter of cultivation, no martial artists dared to slack off. But White Light's cultivation method, any martial artist who saw it would have an impulse to beat him up. Yi Yuan was no exemption either. Seeing that dim gaze from Yi Yuan, all the fur on White Light's body stood up. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure flashed and he vanished. White Light immediately felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Yi Yuan caught hold of him. What White Tiger Dark Light Divine Art? What can even cultivate when sleeping? Maddening your big brother to death. How can there be such a perverse divine art in this world? Yi Yuan rubbed White Light's tiger head furiously, rubbing until he was dizzy. By the time Yi Yuan stopped, all white light could see were stars. Huff, huff. Yi Yuan was also panting, dog-tired. Messing around was messing around. Not that Yi Yuan was jealous of this cultivation method, it was just that he felt somewhat unfair. The cultivation method that white light awakened should be a divine art that was tailor-made for the same kind of divine beast. Humans were unable to cultivate it. Even if Yi Yuan asked for it, it was useless too. Doesn't that mean that I'll have to provide medicinal pills for you nonstop in the future to let you cultivate? Yi Yuan looked at white light from the corner of his eye. Hearing these words from Yi Yuan, white light gave a flattering low roar and rubbed his face against Yi Yuan's cheek, saying, "Haha, I know that big brother is the best. Best my *SS. Don't kiss my *SS. Who did I provoke? To become a pill refining coolie?" Yi Yuan had a gloomy look. Hee, how can you say coolie? Big brother's alchemy skills are unparalleled in this world. Find happiness in it. Furthermore, white light, still have some capabilities. I'll definitely find more treasures for big brother. White light said fawningly. Yi Yuan said huffily, I say, how did you know to follow me back then? Could it be that you already know that I knew alchemy back then? I don't know either. I just felt especially cordial when I saw Big Brother, so I followed you in a daze, White Light said in confusion. All right. I'm scared of you. I'm going to begin closed seclusion to cultivate. This time, I'm going to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in one stroke. Yi Yuan said. White Light trembled and nearly slipped off from Yi Yuan's shoulder. As 7th level crystal formation realm? Big Brother, are you mistaken? You're only at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. White Light was taken aback by Yi Yuan. Not mistaken. It's 7th level crystal formation realm. This time, Zhao Qinggan, that punk, almost killed us, making me very peeved. Each one of you all bullying that my realm is low, right? I'll break through for them to see. Yi Yuan said annoyedly. All along, Yi Yuan's adversaries were all way stronger than him. This made it very disadvantageous for him every time he fought. Even if his essence energy was much thicker than other people, the disparity in realms could not be made up for. Although Yi Yuan defeated his opponents in the end, it had the feeling of walking on a tightrope practically every time. A few days back, if not for S.H.I. plus Howren making a move, he would already have been killed by Zhao Qinggan. While Zhao Qinggan's strength was decent, it was still too far away compared to Yi Yuan. The reason why he was formidable was because of his realm. Zhao Qinggan comprehended true intent. For Yi Yuan to want to cross a major realm to win him, it was too difficult. Hence, Yi Yuan resolved his heart this time to enter closed seclusion for a month and planned on breaking through 5 realms in succession. This was an impossible mission to others, but to Yi Yuan it was merely a question of time. Day 2, the rear of the mountains where Yi Yuan was in seclusion. S.H.I. plus Howren Pus said a storage ring to Yi Yuan and said, These are the Tier 3 medicinal herbs that little junior brother you requested. It's all prepared properly. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. What's there to thank? Merely just some Tier 3 medicinal herbs, not a big deal. But you made me prepare so many portions for you. You're not planning on refining pills alone, right? Could it be that this 1 month, you're planning on refining a batch of Tier 3 medicinal pills? S.H.I. plus Howren asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Wanting so many medicinal herbs is naturally to use to refine medicinal pills. But my closed seclusion this time is in order to break through realms. S.H.I. plus Howren asked very curiously, even if little junior brother, you, refine pills without sleep or rest, to refine so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills, it would probably take more than a month. How will you have time to break through realms? Little brother naturally has a plan, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Clearly, He was unwilling to say any more. S.H.I. plus Howard suddenly recalled little junior brother's monstrousness and thought to himself, his pill refining speed should be faster than ordinary people, right? Or he did not even plan on finish these medicinal herbs, but to keep them for refining next time? Seeing that Yi Yuan did not wish to speak, it was naturally inconvenient for S.H.I. plus Howard to ask any more, and he took his leave. Yi Yuan casually waved a hand. The square cauldron and Yuan Fei appeared before his eyes at the same time. When Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan, he bowed and greeted, "Young master." He had already followed Yi Yuan for close to a year. From the initial half-belief and half-skeptical to now, it was already prostrating on all fours. This 1 year, he practically ate demon crystal pills like candy. He was already peak Tier 3 now, and only a step away from Tier 4. A year ago, he did not even dare to think about it. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I plan to refine a batch of medicinal pills this closed seclusion to break through realms. You're already not far away from Tier 4 at present. Back then, you promised to follow me for 10 years, and I'll refine the Demon Manor pill for you. This promise can be fulfilled now." Yuan Fei's entire body trembled, and his agitation could not be any greater. "Is what young master said true? When have I teased you before? The Demon Manor pill isn't some impressive medicinal pill to me. I can already refine it now. It was just that I always didn't have the time. After refining the Demon Manor pill, our debt is also considered settled. You can choose to leave me and return to the Endless Forest. Of course, the prerequisite is that I can return to the Endless World." Evidently, Yi Yuan did not have huge confidence in returning. With the passing of time, the war between the two worlds would get closer and closer. There were bound to be even more powerful people guarding the realm passageway. Wanting to smoke his way through it like last time was already not very likely. Yet, when Yuan Fei heard these words, he shuddered and hastily asked, "Does young master not want Yuan Fei anymore?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't overthink things. This 1 year, you have been following me. You should know my temperament as well. As long as I've acknowledged that person as one of my own, I absolutely won't hold anything back from him. You rendered much help to me this 1 year. I've treated you as a friend in my heart. How can I not want you? It's just that I still have to ask about your choice out of respect to you." Yuan Fei did not even think and directly said, "If not for following young master, Yuan Fei would still be in the Endless Forest right now living muddled and simple-minded days. How could I have the chance to advance to Tier 4? Following young master, the one who benefited isn't just Yuan Fei alone but the entire Long-Arm Stone Ape clan. Yuan Fei and clansmen are willing to pledge allegiance to young master to the death and to never forsake you." Chapter 405. After following Yi Yuan, the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan could no longer be compared to the past. After following Yi Yuan, the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan could no longer be compared to the past. Back then, when Yi Yuan saw Yuan Fei, only he alone was a Tier 3 demonic beast. And now there were already 20 to 30 Tier 3 Long-Arm Stone Ape. One could say that the collective strength of the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan went up a level. Such a huge transformation was something that Yuan Fei could never have imagined before following Yi Yuan. Now, asking Yuan Fei to leave Yi Yuan, he would not even know how to survive. "Haha, you willing to stay on? Of course I welcome it," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yuan Fei's answer did not exceed his expectations. In truth, he already predicted this outcome when he solicited Yuan Fei back then. "Old Yuan, want to keep on eating the food, right? Haha. Following Big Brother, forget about Tier 4, even taking form isn't something hard." White Light suddenly scoffed. Yuan Fei's old face turned red first, then immediately turned pale with great shock as he said, "White Light, you are actually Tier 3 already. How is it? Incredible, right? If you don't work hard, I'm going to Serpa. You very soon." White Light still had a child's disposition as he said with a proud look. Stop talking nonsense. The one who wants to keep on eating the food is yourself, right? Don't bully Yuan Fei for being honest. Yi Yuan taunted with a smile. Cough cough. Big brother, can't you just let me be happy for a while? Alright, I know that we both owe it all to you, okay? White Light said helplessly. Good that you know. Alright. This matter brooks no delay. I'm going to start refining pills. You guys help to guard me by the side, Yi Yuan said. The Demon Manor pill was a Tier 3 demonic pill. It was not much of a challenge to Yi Yuan, and he finished refining it very soon. The instant that Yuan Fei took the Demon Manor pill, he was so agitated that he could not speak. He was stammering for some time, stifling until Yuan Fei's face was black with a touch of red, getting ridiculed by White Light. Ha ha ha. Old Yuan, one Demon Manor pill can make you agitated until like this. Such a good-for-nothing. White Light burst into laughter. Being interrupted by White Light like this, Yuan Fei cooled down a little instead. This brat's bloodline is invincible. How can you know the significance of the Demon Manor pill to me? Making irresponsible and sarcastic remarks when you don't understand my plight. White Light laughed and said, following Big Brother, this is just the beginning. Don't talk about a puny little Demon Manor pill. So what if it's a shapes HI plus FDing pill? You're like this now. Wait until Big Brother refines a shapes HI plus FDing pill for you. Wouldn't you be so agitated that you would breathe your last? Haha, then that would be fun. Hearing White Light's words, Yuan Fei could not help shuddering. Shape HI plus FDing pill. He had truly never thought that he would one day successfully shape HI plus FT and advance to a Tier 5 demonic beast? Tier 5 demonic beasts, which was also a sovereign-level demonic beast. It was another beginning to demonic beasts. But now, he was about to step into the ranks of Tier 4 demonic beasts. Would Tier 5 still be far away? Yi Yuan smiled and said, what White Light said is right. It's just a Demon Manor pill. You don't have to be so agitated, Yuan Fei. Do you still remember what I said to you before? Tier 5 Demon Sovereign, Tier 6 Demon Ancestor, are all nothing difficult. Yuan Fei's emotions finally calmed down a little. He clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, Yuan Fei understands. Encountering young master is Yuan Fei's greatest fortune in this lifetime. Yuan Fei naturally would not forget the words that Yi Yuan said back then. At that time, Yi Yuan was still just an Essence Chi Realm youth. Opening his mouth to say Tier 5, Tier 6, Yuan Fei still more or less doubted it. But a year's time had said. That Essence Chi Realm youth already grew into a Crystal Formation Realm expert. Yuan Fei only knew what a fortunate thing it was to encounter Yi Yuan back then in retrospect. What are we still talking about these between us for? You make your preparations. Make use of this 1 month to break through to Tier 4, Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Yuan Fei acknowledged and went to another place to enter seclusion. When Yuan Fei left, Yi Yuan put out all the medicinal herbs in the storage ring. The originally S. E. an empty room immediately became full. Big brother, there are so many medicinal herbs. How do you plan on refining? White Light asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course it's refining all of them together. As he said, all the essence energy in his body seethed, firing one seal after another into the square cauldron. The square cauldron initially looked like a metallic product, but at this time, it actually lit up gradually under Yi Yuan's seals. That appearance actually looked like a divine object, dumbfounding White Light who was watching. After over a dozen breaths, Yi Yuan was also exhausted until he panted heavily, while the square cauldron's L-uter gradually stabilized too. Huff! With my present strength, activating an array formation inside a profound artifact is also so taxing, said Yi Yuan powerly, while swallowing a condensed fragrance pill. Wow! This huge cauldron looks so impressive. Big brother, what you doing here? White Light asked doubtfully. Although this treasure was found by him, he was utterly clueless about the functions of this treasure and was filled with curiosity. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You look properly," only to see his essence energy seethe once again. A large pile of medicinal herbs actually flew inside the square cauldron just like that. The next instant, the square cauldron gave off an immense brilliance, releasing a dazzling radiance from the mouth of the cauldron. It was also uncertain what was happening inside the cauldron. After 15 minutes, the radiance dissipated. The square cauldron returned to normal again. White Light was very nosy and scurried to the mouth of the cauldron right away, a pair of tiger eyes becoming wide saucers. Is this all medicinal embryos? My God, how did you do it? White Light exclaimed in shock. Haha, it wasn't done by me. It was this profound artifact's own array formation. As long as one activates the array formation, it can automatically extract and refine medicinal embryos. Yi Yuan explained. So amazing. Indeed, the treasures that I find are extraordinary. White Light flattered himself again. But so many medicinal embryos, you aren't planning on refining them all at once as well, right? White Light suddenly asked again. Of course. How troublesome is it to refine one by one? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Tisk, I'm really curious about Big Brother's origins. Your alchemy skills completely roll over the lower realm alchemists. That Hi plus Howren's strength already seems to be very strong, but it isn't even enough to refine so many medicinal pills in a month's time. You're only at the alchemy grandmaster realm, and can actually refine so many tier 3 medicinal pills in minute. Simply heaven-defying. White Light sighed with admiration. Haha, of course I have some background. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. As for now, don't inquire too much, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Not that Yi Yuan did not trust White Light, but this road to revenge of his was too arduous. A single misstep and it would be the outcome of eternal damnation. He did not even have any guarantee whether or not he could succeed in the end, so he did not wish to drag the innocent White Light in. Fine then. I won't inquire. White Light curled his mouth and said. After Yi Yuan regulated his breathing for a while and his essence energy recovered to the peak condition, he started refining. The medicinal pill that he was refining this time was called Jade Spirit Pill. It was naturally a medicinal pill used for raising essence energy. The effects of this medicinal pill compared to the ones used by ordinary lower realm martial artists was way higher. The cleansing sandal sacred flame spat out lightly, instantly igniting the square cauldron. But sadly, with Yi Yuan's current strength, he simply had no way of unleashing the full functions of the square cauldron. Otherwise, he completely did not need to waste strength to refine this batch of medicinal pills. He was still using the Triorigin's samsara art. Following one seal after another being struck into the square cauldron, the body of the cauldron radiated splendor once again. Chapter 406 Condense for me. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The square cauldron's radiance gradually dimmed, recovering back to a metal lump. After finest plusing the refinement, Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground. Such a refinement was a tremendous test to both soul force and essence energy. There was basically an body who could accomplish it in the lower realms. Only an existence like Yi Yuan, whose control of soul force and essence energy was brilliant to the pinnacle, could complete a refinement like this. Big brother, it's done like this? White Light asked in surprise. Still not done? Do you want to tire me to death? Yi Yuan said crossly. Cough, cough, I didn't mean that. But this is only half a day's time. White Light felt like the scene before his eyes was not quite real. After breaking through to Tier 3, White light awakened inherited memories and had a much greater understanding of this world. In his inherited memories was knowledge on the aspects of alchemy. Refining so many medicinal pills was absolutely a colossal project. But Yi Yuan completed it in half a day's time. After resting for a bit, Yi Yuan finally caught his breath and said, "My present strength is still too weak. If I have peak 9th level crystal formation realm strength, refining these toys can be done in 2 hours." White light gave a low roar and said scornfully, "You're indeed a freak." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Go help me take a look. How's the quality of the medicinal pills? My realm breakthrough this time is all on these toys." White light scurried over to take a look. Inside the square cauldron was full of medicinal pills, probably hundreds. He observed those medicinal pills closely and was filled with astoundment in his heart. "How is it?" Yi Yuan asked impatiently. "You're indeed a freak. Refining pills like this, and it still resulted to such high quality. The vast majority inside is all high-grade medicinal pills. There is still quite a fair portion which is superior grade. Only a very tiny portion is middle grade. Ha! Not even one transcendent grade. Fail," Yi Yuan said with a sigh. "Transcendent grade. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills." White light was thoroughly defeated. Actually, the refinement this time, Yi Yuan's greatest drawback was still essence energy. A refinement like this was a tremendous test of the alchemist's essence energy. Without late-stage crystal formation realm essence energy, it was very hard to sustain. Only Yi Yuan's way of splitting one portion of essence energy into 2 halves to use could support his refinement to succeed. If there were even a trace of waste, it would also not be possible to have the present result. "Alright. I'll recover my strength first. You play by yourself. Wait until I break through to late-stage crystal formation realm, then I'll help you refine demon crystal pills," Yi Yuan said feebly. White light was overjoyed upon hearing it and said, "Ha ha! It's indeed Big Brother who dotes on me. Little brother, I will definitely break through to Tier 4 quickly. At that time, I'll protect Big Brother." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "It will be pretty good if you don't drag me down." While he said that verbally, Yi Yuan knew that White Light's strength could not be underestimated. Previously, when facing off against Zhao Qinggan, White Light actually wounded the Sea Transformation Realm Zhao Qinggan with Tier 2 strength. His might could be seen at a glance. If White Light had Tier 4 strength, dealing with Zhao Qinggan should be a cinch. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that White Light would explode with extraordinary strength under certain special conditions. His speed would be unbelievably quick. Regarding that final strike against Zhao Qinggan, even he did not see clearly what happened. Also, when White Light's mother was on her deathbed, White Light dealing with the 7 evils flowing cloud python was like so too. Looking at this, White Light's strength indeed could not be underestimated. The second day, Yi Yuan already recovered to his optimal condition and prepared to break through. He casually grabbed a bunch of jade spirit pills and directly stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, Yi Yuan started to revolve the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Their medicinal properties were rapidly refined, flowing into the dantian. The small crystal in Yi Yuan's dantian continuously expanded. After a day, Yi Yuan directly broke through to the 3rd-level crystal formation realm. Another 3 days passed. Yi Yuan's momentum met no resistance the entire way, directly SMAs. HI plus-ing the barrier between early-stage crystal formation realm and middle-stage crystal formation realm, breaking through to 4th-level crystal formation realm. Time flowed like water. In a twinkle, a month had passed. On this day, the essence energy inside another secret room surged and was abnormally violent. Haha, Yuan Fei has divine beast bloodline when all is said and done. His talent is actually not poor. It's just that the lower realm's resources and environment made it very hard for him to mature, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. TCH. Isn't it just breaking through to a tier 4? What's the big deal? As long as I have Big Brother providing demon crystal pills, I can surely break through to tier 4 within half a year. White Light said disdainfully. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow said it as if he owed him. I say, don't you feel ashamed? Yuan Fei's improvement speed is indeed inferior to yours, but he didn't spend much time to break through from middle stage tier 3 to peak tier 3 either. If you didn't have the support of medicinal pills, you might not even be faster than him. Yi Yuan said huffily. Cough, cough. This tiger is a descendant of the 4 great divine beasts. How can a stone ape with a dilute bloodline be compared with me? If he has the capabilities, you make him not eat medicinal pills and compare cultivation speed with me. Actually, talking about improvement speed, we can't catch up to Big Brother even if we whipped our horses. In a month, you already broke through 4 realms consecutively, reaching the peak 6th level crystal formation realm. Although White Light saying these words looked a little like licking his boots, he was really very astonished in his heart. Yi Yuan's bloodline did not have any special aspects. His body was not even the most ordinary spirit physique. But Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was not any bit slower than him, a divine beast progeny. This was the most freakies. Plus, while they were talking, the dilation of essence energy at the other secret room already calmed down. Yuan Fei walked out of the secret room. The aura of Yuan Fei, who broke through to tier 4, was already completely different. It was only to see him conceal his splendor inwards with not a trace of essence energy escaping his body. One clearly could not sense his essence energy, but it gave people an extremely powerful feeling. This was still him just after breaking through a realm and not able to release and withdraw it as he pleased. Wait until he finished consolidating his realm, that sort of soul-stirring threatening force would not emanate out, and he would look no different from ordinary demonic beast. Yuan Fei was similarly a divine beast descendant. After breaking through to tier 4, it was equivalent to stepping into the middle of the 3 realms. His divine beast bloodline would also trigger. His combat strength became exceedingly formidable. The Stone Ape clan was originally extremely skillful at fighting. Their combat strength even far surpassed, as said same-rank demonic beast. It was just that Yuan Fei's divine beast bloodline was not activated in the past and was unable to unleash shocking combat strength. Haha. Old Yuan, how's the feeling of breaking through to tier 4? Looking at your appearance, it's like you're going to totally destroy the room. White Light said with a laugh. He and Yuan Fei were old friends already too. Seeing Yuan Fei broke through, he was naturally very happy as well. But Yuan Fei gave a silly smile and said, just broke through. Essence energy is still unable to be controlled freely. I've incurred young master's ridicule. But the feeling of breaking through to tier 4 is truly excellent. I feel like my entire body is filled with strength and that I can punch through a mountain in one fist. Evidently, breaking through to tier 4 made Yuan Fei very excited. After all, this was something he simply could not imagine before meeting Yi Yuan. Chapter 407. Haha, looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened. Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh. Haha, looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened. Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh. Young master has good eyes. After breaking through to tier 4, I've awakened another part of inherited memories. Furthermore, I feel an extremely powerful bloodline strength hidden inside my body. Yuan Fei said with joy. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, indeed worthy of being the equals heaven sage ape's progeny. As long as you can draw out this bloodline strength, you'll surely be an extremely formidable existence in the future. After a moment, Yuan Fei calmed down from basking in his joy and suddenly realized something not quite right. Yuan Fei gradually went from pleasantly surprised to astonishment. Haha, old Yuan's reaction is really slow, only noticing now that something was off. You only broke through one level in a month's time. Big Brother is going to break through the 5th level very soon and advance to the late-stage crystal formation realm. White Light said in derision. Yuan Fei was filled with shock. Breaking through 5 levels in a month's time? Yi Yuan was at the crystal formation realm now, not the essence chi realm or spirit condensation realm back then. Wasn't such a breakthrough speed overly terrifying? Actually, logically speaking, the difficulty of this level that Yuan Fei broke through was far more challenging compared to Yi Yuan's 5 levels added up. But the problem was that the time used was too short. To some ordinary martial artists, a month's time was just barely enough for them to use to consolidate their realm. Even for those genius martial artists wanting to break through a level in a month, that was something impossible. But Yi Yuan broke through 5 levels in succession within a month? Alright. It's late. Since Yuan Fei already broke through, you guys help to guard me. I'll break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm right now. Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yuan Fei felt indescribable shock in his heart. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan catching up to him was just something soon. Although Yuan Fei had long known that Yi Yuan's cultivation had virtually no bottlenecks, but to break through 5 realms in a month, such a speed was too unbelievable. Yi Yuan swallowed large quant. 1. Ties of jade spirit pills again and started to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in full force. Even if Yi Yuan did not comprehend so many realms in this lifetime, directly breaking through 5 realms was not a big deal. And his current realm comprehension already greatly exceeded the current standard. It was just that since he reincarnated, he had practically been on the run constantly all along. There had been completely no chance to rest properly and cultivate essence energy, resulting in his realm being too low. Now, him breaking through 5 realms was actually just water flowing unhindered when the conditions were right. When the medicinal pills entered the abdomen, an essence energy tempest gradually formed, plunging the entire hidden room into a violent storm. Yuan Fei was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. Did young master break through realms like this during this 1 month? Of course. Big Brother breaking through realms has this tiger grandpa's, my, style. Both of us eating medicinal pills like candy. Ha! White Light said with a loud laugh. Thinking about these 2 freaks, Yuan Fei was speechless for a long time. The Stone Ape clan indeed had powerful physique. But even he did not dare to consume medicinal pills like this. He would be stuffed to death. The joy from previously breaking through to Tier 4 was already struck down at this time and badly mangled. He was deeply aware that before long he would be thoroughly Serpa, as said by these 2 freaks. Moreover, Yuan Fei knew that even if he broke through to Tier 4 now and awakened divine beast bloodline strength, in a genuine life and death battle, he might not be Yi Yuan's match either. After half a day, the essence energy inside the hidden room returned to serenity. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Currently, the aura from Yi Yuan's body was much stronger compared to while being at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. Hee, how do you feel right now, Big Brother? White Light asked with a flattering face. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, If I meet Zhao Qinggan again, even if I can't kill him, giving him a violent throz. HI+ing should still be achievable. White Light shook his head strongly and said unhappily, Big Brother, you broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you still can't take care of that fellow? I know that your P.I.S. said with him. But his strength is indeed very mighty. To be able to comprehend true intent at his age, this is not what ordinary people can accomplish. Even if I already broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm now, I'm still a major realm lower than him. To be able to defeat him is already pretty good, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Humph. Anyway, I'm just very upset. I don't care, Big Brother, you quickly refine candy for me. I want to break through to Tier 4 as soon as possible, then viciously trample that fellow to death and let him know that this tiger grandpa isn't nice to provoke. White Light said irately. Haha, there are plenty of chances. My soul force has already reached Alchemy Grandmaster Perfection realm now. Refining Demon Crystal Pill is but lifting a finger. I'll find a time to refine medicinal pills for you. But I've already been in seclusion for a month. Star Abyss's side should have some news too. We have to quickly exit seclusion. After all, we entered the fierce Gale world in order to rescue senior apprentice brother Yuntian and the rest, Yi Yuan said. Although White Light was playful, he still knew how to prioritize what was important and what was less urgent. He had already followed Yi Yuan for a very long time and knew Yi Yuan's personality. So he stopped talking. Yi Yuan put Yuan Fei away in the spatial spirit artifact and exited the hidden room with White Light, but he saw that S.H.I. plus Howren was already waiting outside. When S.H.I. plus Howren saw Yi Yuan walk out, he came forward to greet with a smile. But when he saw Yi Yuan, his smile immediately froze on his face. Little junior brother, you. 7th level. My God. An alchemy king expert like S.H.I. plus Howren was also somewhat incoherent in speech currently. Haha, little brother was lucky to break through several realms. Elder senior brother doesn't need to be so shocked, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. He had long known that exiting seclusion would incur his senior's shock. But he could not be bothered with so much either. He could not break through in order not to let S.H.I. plus Howren and the rest get shocked, right? Furthermore, in the fierce Gale world, it was riddled with dangers everywhere. If Yi Yuan still did not raise his realm, he would not even have the capital to protect himself. Lucky. How can I not be shocked? Little junior brother, I thought that you were in retreat to refine pills this 1 month. To think that you actually broke through 5 realms consecutively in one breath. S.H.I. plus Howren said with a bitter smile. Haha, refining pills is naturally for breaking through too, Yi Yuan said with a chortle. S.H.I. plus Howren's expression because peculiar again. He said in surprise, those medicinal herbs you can't have. You can't have. Seeing Yi Yuan nod his head with a smile, S.H.I. plus Howren nearly bit his own tongue off. You've got to be kidding? 1 month's time. Refining so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills and even breaking through 5 realms? Was this making a joke? Facing S.H.I. plus Howren, Yi Yuan knew that he could not conceal it, so he might as well not hide it from him. Little junior brother, you're really a freak. S.H.I. plus Howren heaved a long sigh and said, I previously warned you not to be in a rush to break through realms, but you just wouldn't listen. You breaking through like this will affect your future cultivation. Although breaking through 5 realms in succession was very monstrous, but it would inevitably cause the foundation to be unstable. This point, S.H.I. plus Howren was very clear. Honestly speaking, when he saw Yi Yuan standing here perfectly well, he already felt that it was a miracle. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Eldest senior brother, don't need to worry. I won't treat my own future as a joke. It was because I was scared that my foundation would be unstable that I only just broke through 5 realms. S.H.I. plus Howren was speechless. Chapter 408s.h.I. Plus Howren really did not know how he should express his emotions. S.H.I. plus Howren really did not know how he should express his emotions. What was called scared that foundation would be unstable? What was called only broke through 5 realms? The cultivation of essence energy was a grinding process. Even more talented martial artists would not dare to break through realms like this. S.H.I. plus Howren decided not to argue with Yi Yuan anymore. He was going to report this matter to Master and let Master come and urge little junior brother. Fine then, you win. S.H.I. plus Howren was speechless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is there some matter for eldest senior brother to wait here especially for me?" Hi plus Howren nodded and said, "Master instructed a few days ago to ask you to go find him immediately after exiting seclusion, saying that there's something important to discuss with you. I estimated that you should exit seclusion right about today, so I came here to wait for you." Yi Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be that there were clues about the matter regarding his seniors? "Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. I'll go see Master right away." Yi Yuan clasped his hand and gave thanks. "Wait a minute, Hi plus Howren suddenly said. "Does eldest senior brother still have anything?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "Before meeting Master, there's somebody that you probably have to meet." "And? Who?" Yi Yuan was somewhat confused. He did not seem to know many people in the capital. Why would there be people coming to find him? "You'll know when you go and see." When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, he could not help having a foreboding feeling. "Young Master Ji, I beg you to save second miss." Manager Tong grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and directly kneeled down, tears flowing down his old face. The arrival was precisely the Four Seas Building's manager, Tong Swan. Seeing his sniveling look, Yi Yuan's heart also involuntarily palpitated. He hurriedly supported Tong Swan and asked, "Don't be anxious, Manager Tong. Talk slowly. What happened to Miss Rian?" Tong Swan, choking through sobs, said, "Second Miss She consumed the 9 nether soul shattering powder this morning. At this time already. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Go. Talk on the way." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly pulled Tong Swan and left like a gust of wind. Hi plus Howren hesitated for a moment and tagged along too. Along the way, the three people moved as swift as the wind. But Yi Yuan more or less also understood the sequence of events. Ever since the Grand Pill Assembly, the Shao family acquired 70% of the management rights anew. The family situation also took a turn for the better. But the matter of the martial compet. 1. Tie-in to find a spouse was already spilled water that could not be recovered. The Shao family did not have the confidence to withdraw the promise as well. Yet, Shao Rian did not wish to marry at all. This 1 month, she was all moody and depressed. In between this, Shao Rian even came to find Yi Yuan once. But Yi Yuan was in a close seclusion, watching helplessly as the day of the spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tie-in gradually approached. Shao Rian also slowly became melancholic and low-spirited. Body would have thought that she would actually swallow the 9 nether soul shattering powder tonight. The 9 nether soul shattering powder was an extremely fierce quasi-tier 4 poison. It could be said to kill upon contact with blood. By the time a maidservant discovered Shao Rian, she was already severely poisoned and incurable. Even Xiao Chongfeng, an alchemy king, was at a loss on what to do. But Tong Swan had a sudden inspiration and carried a just-try-it mindset to go and seek help at Qixia Mountain. To think that he just happened to be MP into Yi Yuan who left seclusion. This foolish woman. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth indignantly. Ever since Shao Rian stood up to support him in the Grand Pill Assembly, Yi Yuan already treated her as a friend. Towards friends, Yi Yuan naturally would not watch her die passively. But he still felt very livid towards Shao Rian's foolish actions. Don't wish to marry, you could run from the wedding, could run away from home, could pretend to go mad. Why did you have to use this sort of silly method? When Yi Yuan arrived at Shao Rian's chambers, the place was already in a chaotic mess. In truth, Shao Rian's alchemic talent was even stronger than Shao Rufeng's. Her accomplishments in the future were bound to be extraordinary. But now, an alchemy genius of her generation, one of the peerless beauties of the capital's dual absolutes, actually said away like this. This made many people sigh unceasingly. When Yi Yuan saw Xiao Chongfeng, his eyes were red. Evidently, he was heartbroken too. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiao Changfeng was rather surprised, but he still came forward to greet. I've seen young Master Ji. That day, the matter of the seventh prince bearing a rod to ask for punishment already caused a sensation in the entire capital. Everyone knew that the face of the eighth disciple that Sovereign Star Abyss took in was so big that it poked the skies. He actually made the seventh prince bear a rod to ask for punishment and kneel down to admit his fault. While in the capital, the ones who understood Yi Yuan best was none other than the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng even held awe and veneration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. He, an alchemy king, was nothing in front of Sovereign Star Abyss. But Yi Yuan did not have any good attitude. He sneered coldly and said, "You, as her father, are truly of the highest grade. To actually have forced your own daughter to death." Xiao Changfeng's expression dimmed, but he did not refute. He heaved a sigh and said, "Although I'm the family head, I don't have much of a choice either." Who knew? Who knew that Ruyan Shi would actually be so resolute? Enough crap. Let me see Ruyan. Yi Yuan was not in the mood to talk rubbish with him. Xiao Changfeng nodded slightly and opened up the path. Yi Yuan rushed inside like a gust of wind. On the jade bed, Xiao Ruyan wore an unadorned but elegant white outfit, lying there quietly as if she was asleep. Seeing Xiao Ruyan, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. Her qi had yet to dissipate fully. As long as her qi was not cut off, Yi Yuan could bring her back. "All scram outside for me." Yi Yuan went forward to prop Xiao Ruyan up and turned around to bellow. There were many Xiao family elders crowding around the scene. Seeing the situation, their eyebrows all furrowed. "Ji Qing, who the hell are you to dare yell at us like this? That's right. You're no longer Xiao family's guest retainer. When was it your turn to meddle in my Xiao family's affairs? Put Ruyan down. Otherwise we won't be courteous. The dead is the most important. You even dare to touch Ruyan's remains. Do you really take my Xiao family to have no people?" Many Xiao family elders immediately refused to comply and made a row. Yi Yuan laughed coldly inwardly. He knew that the ones who forced Xiao Ruyan to death were precisely these hypocritical Xiao family elders. Xiao Ruyan once complained tearfully in front of him that these Xiao family elders all bullied her, selling her out like a commodity. Although Xiao Changfeng was a little weak and indecisive, he still cared deeply for Xiao Ruyan and would not go so far as to do this. But for the sake of the Xiao family's continuation, he did not say much either. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror, which was why he did not have a good attitude towards Xiao Changfeng. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Xiao Changfeng's difficulties, but in Yi Yuan's viewpoint, even if the Xiao family no longer existed tomorrow, he could not sacrifice his own daughter's happiness as a father either. "Xiao Changfeng, if you wish to see your daughter die like this, then let those dregs continue clamoring here." Yi Yuan's voice carried unspeakable rage. Xiao Changfeng was stunned when he heard this. He said in surprise, You can bring Ruyan back to life?" Yi Yuan did not answer him. He just said coldly, "I don't wish for these flies to buzz around my ears non-stop." "You, Ji Qing, you actually dare to call us dregs and flies? Changfeng, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. Ruyan is already dead by being poisoned. Even if Sovereign Star Abyss came here, he can't save her too. Changfeng, as the head of a family, are you going to watch an outsider raise a row here?" For a moment, the Xiao family elders all exploded, reproaching Xiao Changfeng one after another. Chapter 409. Xiao Changfeng's expression flickered non-stop. Xiao Changfeng's expression flickered non-stop. He was an alchemy king expert. He could naturally tell that Xiao Ruyan was already without any vital activities, impossible to bring back. But Yi Yuan just had to say that he could bring her back. Should he believe Yi Yuan or not? So many elders were exerting pressure on him, demanding to chase Yi Yuan away. He could not disregard everybody's opinions either. For a moment, Xiao Changfeng wavered. He looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's dazzling performance in the Grand Pil Assembly. Perhaps he really could. The elders were still talking all at once, making Xiao Changfeng feel very irritated. "All shut your mouths for me!" Xiao Changfeng roared, silencing everyone. "All get out for me! Let young Master Ji try!" Xiao Changfeng said. "Changfeng, how can you be so muddled? How can people revive after they die? This boy is clearly here to cause trouble," said a Xiao family elder. Xiao Changfeng glared and said, "The one lying on the bed is my daughter. Can't I even make this decision? And am I still the Xiao family's family head or not?" Xiao Changfeng's aura released. This time, no one dared to speak. These elders exchanged glances but finally still withdrew out of the room. Yi Yuan watched indifferently, thinking to himself that this fellow was still not considered hopeless. Yi Yuan casually threw Xiao Changfeng a jade slip and said, "At least you have a bit of consciousness towards Ruyan. Prepare the medicinal herbs well according to this formula. I'll need to start a furnace to refine pills in a while." Xiao Changfeng nodded and did not say much as he left. Yi Yuan supported Xiao Ruyan well and executed the tempered profound gold finger once again. Roughly an hour later, the elders waiting outside the room were all quite impatient. "Oh Changfeng, that boy is messing around, you're messing around with him too. You're an alchemy king. Even you've determined that Ruyan has died, how can he bring her back to life? Now, he chased all of us out here and stayed in Ruyan's chambers alone. Where is the sense of propriety?" The one speaking was a Xiao family elder with a rather high position, an exalted quasi-alchemy king too. His name was Xiao Changhong. Ever since the Xiao family seized back the medicinal pill market, these elders' confidence all swelled up one by one. They had immense faith that the Xiao family could rely on these 10 years to rise up once more. In the past, they felt a head shorter than others when they went out. But now, their heads all raised to the skies when they went outside. Hearing Xiao Changhong said so, Xiao Changfeng frowned but did not speak. The more Xiao Changhong talked, the angrier he got. He even pointed the spearhead at Xiao Ruyan and said recalcitrantly, "Ruyan, this lass is seriously. The Xiao family raised her up so big and even nurtured her to become a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How many resources were expended? Now, when the Xiao family needs her, she did something like this. It really chills our hearts greatly. Her death doesn't matter, but how are you going to give an account to the Huang and Shui families? That's right. Ruyan, this lass is seriously outrageous." With Xiao Changhong saying so, many elders immediately concurred. When Xiao Changhong saw that everyone stood on his side, he became even more zealous and continued, "As I said, Ruyan, this lass doesn't know what's good for her. Isn't it just marrying someone? Which girl doesn't marry? Also, those 2 young masters from the Huang family and Shui family are dragons among men. Could it be that they are still undeserving of Ruyan?" Right at this moment, a piercingly cold, killing intent suddenly attacked. Xiao Changhong had yet to figure out what was going on when his throat was already tightly grasped by a hand, unable to speak. Yi Yuan pinned Xiao Changhong onto the wall and said icily, "You just try saying another cynical word. Cough. Cough, cough. Let go of me." Xiao Changhong's 2 feet were straight but did not dare to resist. At this time, Yi Yuan just had to spit essence energy, and he could claim this old life of this. Seeing Yi Yuan overflowing with killing intent, the Xiao family elders all felt chills. This boy was only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How could he be so strong? Although Xiao Changhong was an alchemist, he was, at any rate, a 7th level C transformation realm martial artist. He did not even get to react and was pinned on the wall by Yi Yuan? You bunch of fools. As elders, you don't have any capabilities at all, and still need the juniors to sacrifice their own marital happiness to help achieve your selfish gains. Truly laughable. You all nurtured Ruyan. She has already done sufficiently well. These years, how much pressure was she, a little girl, shouldering? You these old fellows, other than gesticulating behind backs, what have you done? A bunch of opinionated things. Yi Yuan words were filled with rage, making everyone feel a chill unceasingly. Ji Qing, here is the Shao family. How can we allow you to be so insolent? What we do is the Shao family's own affairs. It's not your turn to come and bother. Quickly let go of Elder Changhong. Another elder said grimly. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at that elder coldly. He suddenly smiled and said, Is that so? The elders were taken by Yi Yuan's aura and could not resist backing away. You! What are you trying to do? Yi Yuan said with a smile. If I recall correctly, my Shao family's guest retainer ident. 1. Tai doesn't seem to have been removed yet, right? Since I'm a Shao family guest retainer, why can't I interfere with Shao family's affairs? As Yi Yuan said, his face suddenly darkened as he said, I can't be bothered with the Shao family's matters either. But Ruyan's matters are my matters. If you all dare to coerce her again in the future, your outcome will be like this rock. As he said, Yi Yuan casually fired out a blast of essence energy. A fake mountain not far in the distance instantly turned into dust. The elders' faces all changed. They were frightened by Yi Yuan's aura. To be able to instantly defeat Shao Changhong, Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. The Shao family naturally had Soul Sea Realm martial artists too. But Yi Yuan was not alone by himself. Behind Yi Yuan stood Sovereign Star Abyss. To be able to make His Highness, the 7th Prince, kowtowed and apologized for his mistake, who in the capital dared to provoke this malefic star. Now, all scram far away from me, in case this little lord, I, get vexed when I see you, Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. How could the elders dare to stay? Each one of them ran faster than rabbit. In the big courtyard, only Shao Chongfeng and Yi Yuan were left currently. Shao Chongfeng's expression changed again, very astonished by Yi Yuan's strength. He remembered that when Yi Yuan left the Shao family a month ago, he was still just 2nd-level crystal formation realm strength. How long had it been only and he was already at the 7th-level crystal formation realm? But now was clearly not the time to be asking this. Shao Chongfeng asked rather awkwardly, Young Master Ji Ruyanshi. Yi Yuan looked at him nonchalantly and responded with a question instead. Are the medicinal herbs all prepared? Shao Chongfeng hurried nodded and said, All prepared. All inside my pill refinement room. Tong Swan is right outside. He'll bring you in. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, You go inside then. Ruyan still has some time before she'll wake up. I'll go and prepare the detoxification pill right now. You look after her well. Although he was long prepared, Shao Chongfeng's entire body still trembled as he asked disbelievingly, You really brought her back to life? Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said coolly, Could it be that you wanted to see your own daughter die? Chapter 410 On the Jade Bed, the beauty opened both eyes weakly. On the jade bed, the beauty opened both eyes weakly. Shao Chongfeng was overjoyed as he said, Ruyan, you're awake. Father. Shao Ruyan saw Shao Chongfeng when she opened her eyes, but she stubbornly turned her head over and was unwilling to take another look. Shao Chongfeng felt a heartache as he let out a feeble sigh and said, Ruyan, Father knows that you have a grudge in your heart, but Father is helpless too. Shao Ruyan still had her head turned and refused to say a word. Shao Chongfeng's heart was like it was being sliced by blades. He knew that his daughter was already extremely disappointed in him. Fine then. You aren't willing to listen to Father's words, but you're willing to listen to Ji Qing's words, right? Shao Chongfeng sighed heavily and said. Shao Ruyan's body quivered when she heard that and could not resist turning her head around, her eyes filled with doubt. Shao Chongfeng knew his daughter's thoughts and explained, Father is incapable. When I discovered that you were poisoned, Father was already powerless to do anything. It was Ji Qing's miraculous skills that could revive the dead that actually brought you back to life miraculously. Xiao Rian's eyes were filled with astoundment. She was clearly than anyone else about the toxicity of the 9 nether soul-shattering powder. It could be said to kill upon infliction. After being poisoned for several hours, it was basically beyond redemption. Ji Qing could actually bring her back. How brilliant medical skills were needed for this. Where is he? Xiao Rian asked with a slight tremor. Xiao Changfeng sighed again and said, Rian, I know that you might not like to hear some words, but the spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tie-in is already unavoidable. Otherwise, it will be very hard for our Xiao family to keep a foothold in the capital in the future if we offend the 2 Huang and Shui families at the same time. Seeing his daughter's emotions becoming agitated, Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said, You don't get agitated first. Listen to me finish talking first. Perhaps this unsolvable situation now has an opportunity to reverse. Xiao Rian's beautiful eyes swirled slightly, and she said in surprise, Father's meaning is. Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, That's right. If you're really unwilling to marry into the 2 Huang and Shui families, maybe you can land this matter on Ji Qing. I think, if it was Ji Qing you wouldn't reject, right? Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Rian's initially pallid and wan face because of weakness became flushed red. Seeing Xiao Rian putting on a posture to refute but blushed instead, Xiao Changfeng sighed faintly and said, Actually, during the Grand Pill A.S. Assembly, I already saw through your thoughts. After Ji Qing was taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss as a disciple, his status was also sufficient to be mentioned in the same breath as the Huang and Shui families. If the 2 of you were brought together, it isn't prohibited either. It's just. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao Rian was actually slightly gleeful in her heart. But when she heard the 2 words, it's just, Xiao Rian's heart involuntarily plunged, and she asked weakly, It's just what? Sigh. I never would have thought that you would do something so resolute. I'm afraid. Afraid that you drop flowers pining for love, while he, a heartless brook, babbles along. Xiao Changfeng said with a sigh. Xiao Rian's heart involuntarily jolted fiercely as she said unresignedly, If he doesn't have interest in me, why did he help me repeatedly? Father is somebody who has gone through it all. Ultimately, I can see things clearer than you. Although I don't know why he entered the Xiao family, Ji Qing definitely came harboring some kind of goal. That was why Father carried out an unwise decision to intentionally let him and Tong Wenkong face off. Who knew that unexpected sowing led to blooming in the garden? Ji Qing actually became the Xiao family's savior. Honestly, Father actually already completely infuriated him at that time with distrust. If not for you standing up to support him vehemently, he would probably have already flicked his sleeves and left. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Rian was even more puzzled. Since that's the case, doesn't that show even more clearly? Xiao Changfeng shook his head and said, It's precisely because of this that showed more clearly he doesn't have feelings of man and women towards you but ties of friends. Hi+P. If he entered the Xiao family because of you, he definitely wouldn't have gotten so angry because of Father's distrust. He also would not have performed so low-key in the Grand Pill A.S. Assembly but try to think of ways to make you and Father value him highly. Although I don't know why, something must have happened during the Grand Pill A.S. Assembly to have utterly infuriated him, making him destroy Tong Wenchang completely. Listening up to hear, Xiao Rian's complexion immediately became as pale as paper again. Those closely involved could not see clearly. Only with Xiao Changfeng analyzing like this did Xiao Rian know that maybe it was her wishful thinking. A line of clear tears flowed down uncontrollably again. Rian, you don't have to be like this. This matter might still have a turnaround, Xiao Changfeng said. Xiao Rian said in tears, Father doesn't need to console me. I'm not consoling you. Perhaps you can really fight on this matter. Previously, I didn't have assurance. But now, I have 70% confidence, Xiao Changfeng said. 70% confidence? Xiao Rian asked doubtfully. Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, That's right. Ji Qing should have his objectives coming to the Xiao family, so I didn't have any confidence at all. I was afraid of offending a future major figure, so I didn't open my mouth all along. But today, through your affairs, I can conclude that Ji Qing is somebody who values brotherhood immensely. If you're really unwilling to marry into the Tu Huang and Shui family, maybe you can poke open this layer of windowpane paper to him. With his disposition, I believe that he wouldn't wish to see you jump into a fire pit. Xiao Rian's eyes could not help lighting up but dimmed very quickly. To a girl, especially a peerless beauty like Xiao Rian, asking her to poke a hole through this layer of windowpane paper was too hard. This need enormous courage. Furthermore, Xiao Changfeng already made it very clear just now, Yi Yuan only had feelings of friends. Hi+PS towards her. What if he rejected? By not poking a hole, maybe they could still be friends. Once she poked a hole through this windowpane paper, they might not even be friends anymore. This was not the outcome that Xiao Rian wanted. Despair was the greatest sorrow. At that time, she might feel even worse than dying. Xiao Rian clearly fell into an extreme internal conflict. Sigh, I know that this is somewhat cruel to you too. But this is already the best plan that father can think of. Most importantly, you're in love with Ji Qing, isn't it? Ji Qing has already waited outside for a long time. I'll go call him in now. As for whether you tell him or not, that will have to depend on yourself. Xiao Changfeng sighed lightly and turned around and left. Xiao Rian did not notice that at the moment he turned around, a glimmer of light flashed across Xiao Changfeng's eyes. It was true that Xiao Changfeng said this for the sake of his daughter. But more importantly, once Yi Yuan and Xiao Rian became a pair, it would be equivalent to the Xiao family getting close to the Alchemist Association, this giant banner. With this layer of relation, an body could shake the position of the Xiao family in the capital anymore. Star Abyss actually dared to sanction the royal family for Yi Yuan. It could be seen how highly he valued this disciple. Once the two people tied the nuptial knot, the arrangement in the capital's alchemy scene would undergo a change again, and the Grand Pill Assembly would not have the need to be carried out anymore. This was Xiao Changfeng's deeper level scheme. Xiao Rian's thoughts were pure. How could she see through Xiao Changfeng's such deep thoughts? Speaking of which, even if she saw through it, she would most likely want to hold Yi Yuan's heart without looking back as well, right? Expose the truth.